We do not need to read this. Sorry.
Good evening and welcome to the July 20th meeting of the Planning Commission. Tonight's agenda is available on the counter along with request to speak cards. This is a reminder that to everyone, the request to speak card should be completed and turned into the clerk right over here prior to the completion of any staff presentation. For those speakers wishing to speak on items not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of this commission, please write the item number on your card. All speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and televised, so all speakers, in order to be recognized, must be called on by the chair and come forward to the microphone right here. Speaking in public may cause some individuals to be uncomfortable, so everyone is asked to be professional and respectful at all times. And with that, we will start with a Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Hamilton, will you lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The first item is General Administrative Functions. Part A, presentations by the public on matters not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the Commission. Please note that the Commission is prohibited by law from discussing issues not on the agenda brought to them at this time. Do I have any requests to speak for item A? And please be reminded that you will need to complete a speaker form and submit it to the clerk.
All right, Madam Chair, thank you. I'm Christopher Kowalden. I'm the mayor here in West Sacramento. I wanted to share with you a project that we are about to begin work on in West Sacramento that's relatively time-sensitive, one that we want to engage the full city leadership in. That is our submission for the Bloomberg Mayor's Innovation Challenge. Last month in June, Michael Bloomberg, the former mayor of New York City, announced that Bloomberg Philanthropies would be investing $200 million in city innovation and city leadership around the United States, including a second version of the Bloomberg Mayor's Challenge, which the first one was in 2012. There's actually been one every year since then, but they've been in Africa and Europe and other parts of the world. It's returning to the United States in 2017. And we were one of the first to sign up to participate and to compete in this year's challenge. I want to give you some background about it first, so you get some sense about what it is, the kinds of innovations that we're contemplating structurally, and then give you a sense of the time frame and invite your ideation and your participation in the development process for our submissions, because as I say, the timeline around it is relatively fast. Now, 2012 was the first of the Bloomberg Innovation Challenges, and West Sacramento competed. We were, I think, the smallest city in America to compete in that challenge. And if you got to turn back the clock to 2012, and we were a results-driven, rambunctious little city. Innovation wasn't really a central part of the theme of our organizational culture, and we were just starting to get on the stage in the region, much less statewide and nationally, around works around thinking about new approaches to solve existing problems or to take advantage of big opportunities. In 2012, in May, we launched the notion that West Sacramento would be a global food hub. Now, West Sacramento for many years had been a significant food industrial center, taking advantage of our position in the world's richest agricultural valley. But we had declared that we were going to translate that, level up a few, to become a global center of food innovation, food manufacturing, research, production, distribution, in addition to growing. So we decided when the Bloomberg Mayor's Challenge came out that we were going to focus in that lane. And so we convened a food innovation task force for the purpose of preparing a food innovation proposal for the Bloomberg Challenge. We brought together, really for the first time, folks like Raley's, Farm Fresh to You, the Center for Land-Based Learning, with whom up to that point we'd never heard of them, much less had a relationship with them, along with food security folks from the food bank and elsewhere, an eclectic mix of characters that weren't part of the normal city decision-making process, to come down and say, hey, let's take our best ideas around innovation that will meet a variety of objectives around food, not just the food innovation economy, but food more generally as well. and we engaged in a series of activities called game storming to try to figure out, to draw out new ways of thinking about some of the challenges that we had and the intersection of opportunities, and that resulted in our submission. We had a couple of standout ideas from that process. I'll tell you what the winning one was in a moment. One of the concepts that came out of that discussion was we're trying to deal with the issue of food deserts in the city and access to healthy foods and healthy produce. And your chair had been really active in some of the initial farm stands in the city, trying to figure out how to get affordable, healthy foods to every part of the community. And Farm Fresh to You is the state's largest community-supported agricultural box distribution system in the whole state. And you may recall the Secretary of Agriculture in the Obama administration came out here specifically to look at and learn about Farm Fresh to You's products and services. And they reach a large tens of thousands of households in Northern California. They don't reach everybody in West Sacramento. And we thought, well, is there a way for us to get food to everyone here? If only we could figure out how to get to everybody's house and deliver these food boxes. We said, well, there is somebody that's going to every house in the city every single week, and that's us, because we're sending our trash and recycling trucks. What if we tag a trailer on and said, now we're also going to distribute food boxes along at the same time that we're picking up trash and recycling? No one had done something like that in the world before, but we thought if we did that, if we could suddenly deliver 55,000 people as customers of community-supported agriculture, we could provide the sort of economic security for farmers and certainty around their markets, drive down the cost, and be able to deal with the food desert and food access issues in a significant way. So that was one of the ideas that surfaced. The second was around micro-entrepreneurs and food. And almost everybody knows someone who wants to start a restaurant. The lady down the street that makes the best tamales, and if only she had the capital, she would be able to start a restaurant, because it's not easy. As Andrea knows, if you got your tamales, you cannot, because of the county and state food regulations, you can't just sell them out of your house kitchen. You need to have a commercial kitchen to meet the other standards. A commercial kitchen, at least at the time, was a $500,000 investment. You'd have to quit your job, sell your house if you owned a house. The barriers to entry for small micro-entrepreneurs are enormous, and other places have developed food incubators. San Francisco is a good example of that to help that process along. We didn't have anything like that. But commercial kitchens themselves are a significant barrier to entry. So we looked around and said, well, it turns out there's a lot of commercial kitchens that aren't used 60, 70, 80, 85% of the time in schools, in churches, downstairs here, and elsewhere in the city. What if we could connect people, micro-entrepreneurs that were interested in starting food-related businesses, to the availability of commercial kitchens that are sitting unused capacity, and match them better? So that was our second idea. Our third idea was something called the Grow-Tel. And this was the crazy one. This was ultimately the one that we submitted, was could we bring together a whole bunch of crazy things all at one time? And we heard from the Center for Land-Based Learning that we had a major problem in terms of workforce pathways for agriculture in this region. Where the storybook American farm is, you become a farmer because you grew up on the farm. You learned how to farm from your family, and then you took over the farm when they passed away or decided to exit the business. But it was a very simple career pathway for farming. But what has been happening over the last couple of generations is that fewer and fewer of the kids growing up on farms decide that they want to be farmers. And it's a problem for agricultural pathways in California, career pathways in California, and for supporting the agricultural industry. At the same time, though, many other folks who never set foot on a farm, never grew up on a farm, now are interested in farming. Urban dwellers and others that are interested in farming for a variety of different reasons that don't have to do with their DNA or their epigenetics. And so the Center for Land-Based Learning had developed the Farm Academy and other programs to provide training for urban folk and others to learn how to farm. But there's just one problem. Even if you could learn farming from somebody other than your parents, you still don't inherit the land. And simply starting with a 50 or 100 or 150 acre farm right out of the Farm Academy isn't a possibility for the vast, vast, vast majority of potential farmers. So they said, could you help us solve that? Because the urban dwellers are in your city, but we sit in Yolo County, one of the most important agricultural counties in the country. So we said, we had that problem. So what if we took a motel or two or 10 on West Capitol Avenue, of which we have a surplus, given the market changes that have occurred since the construction of Highway 50 over the river, with West Capitol Avenue no longer being the primary corridor between San Francisco and Sacramento. What if we converted, let's just say for one motel, and we used the common areas, the playground space or the pool space or others, and converted them back to land that could be used essentially as an urban farm that would be operated by a graduate or a graduating student at the Farm Academy who could then live on site in order to provide security, put eyes on the farm, and also to reduce their costs, because we'd be able to do covenanted affordable housing. So if we contributed to that solution in that way, that they would then be able to farm there, start to develop relationships with grocery stores and restaurateurs and others, and banks, importantly, in order to make the step up to a real farm in some sense. And what if we use the kitchen space and other space in that grotel, essentially, to be able to provide an incubator for some of these restaurants, for folks who want to start small micro enterprises in the restaurant sector, with a focus on the produce and food, not completely, but anchored in the produce and food grown on site. And to do so in a way that we wanted to focus on faster food, more convenient foods, because the other complaint that we heard in the community was from parents who said, look, we're both working, and we get home from work, and we don't have time to to cook the meal that we would want, so we end up stopping, whether we want to or not, at quick and fast food that we know is not healthy and it's not local, and we'd like to have an alternative. So we took all those ideas, and all of them came together in this Grotel concept. And that was our proposal to the Bloomberg Foundation for the Mayor's Challenge. We didn't win. But we got a lot of feedback and kudos from both the Bloomberg folks and others. But this is exactly what we're trying to induce, is people thinking about kind of radically, in some sense simple, but radical solutions that rejigger the chessboard in ways that you would not have expected, that don't cost a whole lot of more money, but also take a multi-objective approach to problem solving and to opportunities. No city of less than 150,000 people won in that round, and I kind of threw a fit. So the 2017 Mayor's Challenge from the Bloomberg Foundation is now for cities of 35,000 and up. So we're a big city now in the competition, and we're readying our application for this time. Now, our intent this time is not to compete just in the food space. We're likely, I think, to anchor in a couple of potential policy focus areas, but not just one. And so we don't know what those are yet. We'll be looking to you and others for your counsel in that space, but they might include things like homelessness or age-friendly issues or a variety of others, maybe a half dozen of them as opposed to just one, but they help to provide some boundaries and some focus around our thinking. The challenge was issued in June, and our submission is due in October of this year, so just a couple of months away. And we intend, this is not something that we do, that the city manager and the department directors and the city council and a handful of you do over in a week in City Hall. We're going to be doing a broad process that invites solicited ideas from throughout the community. Over the internet and otherwise. We'll be having a couple of convenings of folks who can bring an innovative lens to the table around this as well over the next couple of months to ideate and then to refine and put some numbers and some brass tacks on the proposals for October. Of the submissions that come from around, we've also been selected by Bloomberg already as one of the cities that will have an idea accelerator, essentially technical assistance and support from folks who are specialists in this field come out to help us with this work. From the October submissions, then 35 cities will be chosen around the country as champion cities, and those cities will each get $100,000. This will be announced in January to test. Kind of test and deepen their ideas and their plans. And then from those 35 cities, later in 2018, 5 winners will be chosen, and those 5 winners will each have get $1 million for their innovation ideas. And the grand prize, the grand prize winner will get $5 million for theirs. And so what we learned last time is the money matters for sure. We're going for this to win, but also that process that we did in 2012 spun off into all sorts of other innovations. The urban farm movement in the city being probably the most clear of that. That never would have happened if it had not been for us busting our thinking and inviting other partners to think about our problems and theirs in unique and different ways. And so our hope is that, and our expectations, we'll be able to do that again this time. So we want to encourage you to think and to participate in that process. You will get invitations to various of these sessions as well as we proceed. Just for some boundaries around thinking, these are innovations that are innovation in a disciplined, sophisticated way. They're not like just do something new or do something more of what we were doing before or do what they're doing in Galt, but do it a little bit better. We're really talking about sort of innovations that look to systemic gaps, to systemic things like that excess capacity of commercial kitchens that I described before. One of the things that we did in 2012 that is I find useful, and you might as well, to kind of focus your thinking, is pick a problem or pick an opportunity in the city, and maybe it's age-friendly, one of the age-friendly dimensions, and you say, okay, if I were Airbnb, how would I solve that? Given the tools I have and the way I think and the platform I have and this notion around matching excess capacity to users who need it, given that lens, how would I look at this particular age-friendly question? Okay, now that I've thought about that for half an hour, now let me think about it if I were Uber. Now let me think about it if I were Pandora or whatever. I'm picking tech things, but it doesn't have to be tech, but it is around thinking, affirmatively bringing different lenses to the process of thinking about those problems and the opportunities and trying to link multi-objective ones as well. The challenge, importantly, doesn't come with any long-term funding. So, in fact, part of the purpose of the challenge is to help cities become more efficient and effective at what they're doing. And so, probably the biggest filter on the ideas that we'll be using as they come into us from all of our channels and from ourselves is that going to cost us a lot more money ongoing? Because if it is, we can't do it. So that domain of ideas, spend more money doing this, or buy more of that, or build more of that, aren't really on the table. But we're really thinking about systemic ideas that can make a positive impact, that can make government more effective and more efficient, and that also will provide learning for other cities as we proceed down that line. So that's the basic outline of it. As I said, stay tuned. We'll be getting you the more details about how to participate, but it's not too early to start thinking now about some ideas that may come forward. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them now. Otherwise, thank you.
I'd like to remind my fellow commissioners that we're prohibited from discussing these issues, but during the informal discussion, I would entertain requests for an agenda item for more information at a future date, or if you would like to provide more information to us through another vehicle, we'd be happy to do that as well. Anyone have questions? I just said you couldn't discuss. I didn't say you couldn't ask questions. All right, well, seeing none,
right,
we
very
very
good.
much look forward to hearing more information about this.
All right, yeah, put your hats on. This is a go, and I think we have a very good, West Sacramento has now a national reputation in the innovation space, and let's max out on it and create something that's really extraordinary for our community and that helps shine a light on our possibilities here in the community and also draws attention for other folks that want to give us money and investments to make our community even better. So thanks.
Great, thank you very much. For those who have entered since I made this announcement, I just want to remind folks that there are requests to speak cards that can be completed and turned into the clerk for items that you would like to speak on. We are still on item A, which is presentations on the public by the public on matters not on the agenda. Is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment on something that is not currently on the agenda? All right, moving forward to item B, correspondence and staff communication from the Planning Commission. Mr. Tilley.
Yes, thank you, Chair Austin. You should have in front of you multiple items of correspondence. I want to make sure everyone has each document. There should be 2 memos from Mr. Hardy regarding 2 of the items that are on the agenda tonight. And then we've also received 2, looks like 3 items, separate items of correspondence related to item number 3 on your agenda. That looks like a flyer that they may have distributed, some recommended revisions to some of the conditions, and then looks like an outline presentation from the school superintendent. So if anyone is missing any of those items, please let us know, and Katie will help get those in front of you. Otherwise, that's it for staff communications at this time.
Great, thank you. Moving on to item C, disclosure of ex parte communications. Planning commissioners should disclose any communications they have had on the agenda items at this time, and I'll start with Commissioner Liebig.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have had numerous conversations with members of our community on item number 5, as well as advocates for cannabis policy.
Thank you, Commissioner Vu. I have had discussions with the applicant as well as stakeholders for item 3 and with stakeholders from items 5 and 6.
Madam Chair, I have had a meeting with the applicant for item number 3.
Madam Chair, I've had a meeting with the applicant of item number 3 as well.
Done. I've done. Thanks.
Okay, great, thank you. So moving on to the consent agenda, there's 2 items. And first, I'll see if anyone has a request to pull either items 1 or 2.
Madam Chair, I'm not requesting to pull it, but just to comment on one of the items, this one is, item number 2 is coming back to us after 10 years, and this is a 3-year extension. So next time it comes back, if it comes back, I would probably like to pull it and go into a little bit more detail to make sure that what we're looking at is still pertinent today. So it was more of a comment. Thank you.
Does anybody else have a comment or request? I'd like to echo the same sentiment. I did have some reservations and thought about pulling this item, but I agree with you that I'll leave it on the consent agenda item, but applicants should be aware that it's something that we would be looking to likely take it up as a regular agenda item at a future date. So with the consent agenda items 1 and 2, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Sturmfels.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Liebig. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Any abstentions? The motion carries for staff recommendation for both items 1 and 2. Moving on to the regular agenda item, we are on item number 3. Public hearing regarding the modifications to the previously approved Lighthouse Charter School conditional use permits. Mr. Hardy, will you be presenting?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. Tonight before you is the modification to the previously approved use permit that was done in 2015. Subsequently after that, a minor modification was applied for at staff for addition of some storage trailers. That was noticed as well. No comments were received or complaints were received on the commission item or the minor mod that had the storage containers on both sites for some of their school items. So moving forward to tonight's item, the school is requesting the minor mod to add an additional classroom at the First Baptist Church, as well as a portable restroom trailer, and at the Presbyterian Church, just a restroom trailer. After the noticing went out to the neighborhood, we did receive comments in opposition, and therefore the item is brought forward to the commission after receiving those complaints. I've spoken to 3 people via phone and 2 people via email on those. One of the memos is one I received today regarding the opposition of the restroom facility at the Presbyterian Church. After receiving all the issues and addressing the complaints, staff attempted to draft up conditions to address the community's concerns. Majority of the concerns that they had were in relationship to operations, some of which had been mediated. A neighbor's dog was being antagonized a little bit. They did admit that the school was better about, addressing with their facility to keep the children from antagonizing the dog. But consistently, traffic and, more importantly, the unsafe conditions of the driving of folks that are coming to the school, running stop signs, not stopping, parking in front of driveways, just not being safe. They appeared to say that monitoring at the beginning of the school year was done and then seemed to trail off and didn't get any better. All of these issues were raised to Lighthouse, so they are aware of those. They have also submitted, as part of the communication, some responses to some of the conditions. we had placed conditions on the removal of the trailers as they did apply for their permanent site on Bright Avenue. So the trailers would need to be removed prior to issuance of building permits for the new site. They are requesting that that condition be modified prior to occupancy of the new site, so it gives them time to move the trailers from this location, presumably to the new location. Part of the, also their communication required asking for the traffic management plan, where the condition reads that prior to issuance of building permits, we will have a traffic management plan reviewed and approved. Prior to issuance of permits, they are asking that prior to occupancy of the new temporary classroom and restroom facilities, that the traffic management plan in the meantime could be worked on. So essentially, both of those are prior to occupancy of each of the facilities instead of prior to issuance of building permits. Those are items elsewhere and other times and other projects have been done for time allocation to help the project achieve its goals and objectives, and give staff time and the applicant to develop the plan. According to the applicant, last Friday, they did canvass the neighborhood. And per that neighborhood meeting, only one correspondence still raised the opposition. That was Mr. Perucci regarding the Presbyterian site. So if we could move to the Presbyterian slide. So at this location, they're proposing on the southern side, adjacent to the single-family residence on Park, is where the restroom facility would be. They have it, option 1 is further in the site, but it's right next to the tree. It reduces the sidewalk from 5 feet to 4 feet. So anybody walking in there, it's going to drastically reduce that. The alternative site is a little closer to Park, doesn't interfere with the landscaping, but does provide a full width of the 5-foot sidewalk. The adjacent residence is opposing either location. I explored looking in the back parking lot. Then it would be somebody else would be, the residents would be looking at it. The only other possible location would be along Westacre, adjacent to the ADA stalls, is another option to get it further away from any of the residences. So, but their location that they're proposing and the alternative that staff is recommending is along the Park Avenue site. So those are the conditions that were raised, the conditions that they're asking to be modified. And if there's any questions or comments, be happy to address those.
Yes, so for the benefit of folks in the audience who this may be new to them, I will turn it over to commissioners to see if you have questions for staff. We will then hear from the applicant. I will see if there are questions for the applicant from my fellow commissioners, and then we will turn it over to comments from the general public. Again, a reminder that you need to submit a request to speak card to our clerk right over to my right. And so I'll start with questions from commissioners. So I'll start with Commissioner Lepore.
Thanks. I think the only question I had was on the timing. The trailer would be removed in 2018 after the school year. What if construction on the other site isn't completed by then? Is there a plan for that?
They didn't address in the plan the timing from when construction would be beginning on their Bright site. There are still several things they need to do prior to occupancy of that particular site. So the church hasn't indicated, and they have an agreement with the church, that they may need to move it sooner or maybe find a temporary location after the 2018 school season is over, prior to their new site operational. I think they're shooting for mid-August of 2018 for the new site. So there is a gap in between, potentially, where they may need to find a location to store them temporarily. I think they're trying to avoid moving them twice.
Is there a plan for it, though? I mean, any contingency is, as we all know, with construction, it always takes longer and is more expensive than we want.
Yeah, that's something I think, the Lighthouse
Yeah, so maybe the
School would need
applicant
to-
can address
Yeah.
that contingency plan. Do you have other questions, though? All right. Commissioner Castillo?
I have other questions, but just, I guess, some clarification on condition number 11. My understanding is that the ADA bathrooms that are there now are sufficient enough for the number of students that are going to be there next year, but this is the standalone bathroom toilets that are going to be put in, that are being considered to put in now are standalone, will be there for temporary for 9 months. I guess my question is for staff, what are the building code requirements for a standalone bathroom if it's there temporarily for 9 months versus an ADA compliant bathroom that they have there now that's already been constructed?
I had the applicant and the architect have been in discussion with the building official on that, and his direction was these need to comply with the accessibility requirements in the building code. And so that issue has yet to be resolved, and they've indicated they want to pursue that with the building official.
Thanks. I have more questions, but I'll wait until for that.
Applicant. Vice Chair Sternfels?
Just quickly, Mr. Hardy, so I wasn't really sure if I caught a clear statement from city staff on the proposed modifications by the applicant. Is there an official, you have an opinion or stance on what they've brought forward to us, or are you leaving that neutral and up to our discretion for consideration?
We've extended these, to prior to occupancy before. There is a sort of a stopgap in between, and we have received complaints on these items, so, getting them off the two church sites as soon as possible would seem to alleviate the community's concerns. So it is within the purview of the commission to either go with the condition as written or modify it as the commission would like.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Vu?
Not yet.
Commissioner Weeling?
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. One question on condition number 9. We have a piece of paper in front of us with a request to modify both condition number 12 and condition number 9. I understand the modification to condition number 12, but 9 has to do with the traffic. And is the request to not include condition number 9 at all? Or is the request to change the timeline? And if it's to change the timeline, what would be an alternate timeline?
The request is to change the timeline for both of them from prior to issuance of permits to prior to occupancy. So the traffic plan would be for the restrooms and the temporary classroom at the church locations. So prior to issuance of building permits, they would have to have that traffic plan reviewed and approved by staff.
Prior to the start of school,
Prior
essentially?
to issuance of the permits, they're requesting prior to occupancy, so the permits have been issued.
Gotcha.
They go out, they're installed, but prior to C of O, they would have to have the traffic plan reviewed and approved.
Okay, thank you so much.
Can I do a quick follow-up, Madam Chair, on that question? Just in terms of condition number 9, at a minimum, the traffic management plan shall include a traffic flow at each aforementioned location. A, and you'll see B here. The school shall provide residents a contact person and a phone number, email to address issues or complaints. So my understanding is that it's not necessarily providing a full traffic management plan that's needed in order for us to be able to approve the conditional use permit as it relates to this particular condition. Is it just, if they offer those two specific things, A and B, that should be sufficient? Or do you need a full traffic management plan as requested in, is that what is referencing in 9? I guess some clarification.
Well, partly it was them, the Lighthouse School, proposing how they were going to address the residents' concerns. Most of them deal with monitoring and traffic flow, staggering of times for pickup and delivery of the students, and verifying that if their cones are needed to get them in, have radios, have name tags in the cars, call people out, but getting people through the system rather than impeding the ability for the adjacent residents to enter and exit their driveway, reminding the parents that are dropping the kids off to obey, the traffic laws, and even such as, providing a diagram of the drop-off and pickup of each location to each parent. So these were the minimum, that we came up with to start the dialogue. They have submitted part of their review, addressing the times and possibly looking at staggering the drop-off and pickup times. So I don't know that it needs to be, a true traffic management plan for a full large project, but there needs to be a little bit more detail to satisfy the concerns that were raised.
Thanks.
Great, all right, well, I'll make just two statements. One is, the staff report underscores the fact that under normal circumstances, this would go under zoning administrator approval, which means that the planning commission would not necessarily hear it, but city staff really take the concerns of residents very seriously, and so that's one of the reasons the planning commission is hearing this evening. As the applicant comes forward, for the benefit of people listening at home and for the record, I'd appreciate you providing a little bit of rationale behind some of the proposed conditions that you've made. It would also help if you sort of read the text or provided some of the intent behind what you would like to hear, so that, again, people listening at home can be kind of on the same level of information as the planning commission. And with that, I welcome the applicant to come forward. I will reiterate for the audience that no one has submitted a request to speak for item 3. So if there are no, I'm sorry, I need to open the public hearing. So opening public hearing. But if you would like to speak, you have until the end of this item to submit a request to speak card. And with that, thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the commission and Madam Chair. My name is Steve Lewis. I am the superintendent at River Charter Schools. We have our two schools, Lighthouse Charter School and Delta Elementary Charter School in Clarksburg. I'd like to take this opportunity to kind of outline my process in my community outreach. I really want to thank the city staff for meeting with us and sharing with us the concerns that were brought to their attention in the last month or so, and kind of outline kind of my philosophy and my goals for West Sacramento and our school. Number one, we take the concerns of our neighborhood extremely seriously. It's incredibly important that this commission understands that this is a priority to us. As a school administrator, the importance of a neighborhood school is important. When we received these complaints, I believe there was about 5 that were sent to us. My recommendation with the city, as we discussed, was to spend time with our site principal, Jeff Freeland, who's in the back here. And we spent about 4 hours last week visiting 65 homes. I provided you kind of my talking points, kind of shows the Park Boulevard, West Acre, 15th, Delaware, Alameda, and Pennsylvania. And we decided we were going to go out and really do some outreach with the 65-plus families in that neighborhood. And my number one introduction was who I was. Many of them had seen me because I spent some time on the crosswalk as well. But I really wanted them to understand the purpose was to give them a direct line to any questions or concerns they had, this being our final year. It was interesting that, unfortunately, many of our neighbors did not know this was our final year. And to my pleasant surprise, the overwhelmingly support from our neighbor was fantastic. They love the kids, they love our families. They did talk a lot about, it's tough. On your big events, you get such turnout, and we're worried about the traffic. So one of the things I assured them was currently all of our traffic monitoring is done on site, and now we're going to move that outside into the street. So rain or shine, all dismissal and all drop off, we will have staff, principal, and other staff members at both sites to ensure that traffic flow is moving. More importantly, that traffic is not stopping and impeding any of the parking lots or any of the driveways. The concerns also with that flyer, I provided you the flyer that Principal Freeland and I dropped off at all the homes. I went back Monday night and left more flyers on some of the families that I did not have, so they also have that contact information. So you have a copy of that and some of the information of that welcome letter that I provided. So the next step also was looking at Baptist. That was a big concern with traffic. And so we knew last year we had a large group of kindergartners there, had 70 kids there, so there was some traffic. This year, we've lowered the class size over there, so we're going to have 56 kinders, and then we're going to add a transitional kinder. And then what we're going to do with that is look at some staggered opportunities that we addressed also with the city that would allow less traffic to occur in that area. We're also very fortunate because we have partnered up with Champions after-school program, and several of our students will be staying for that. So I think the concerns around, especially the dismissal, is going to be far easier. So I also want to kind of talk about some outreach from the police. West Sacramento Police have been fantastic. We've had them on our site from year one. Recently, I met with Sergeant Taylor and Sergeant Marquez, and Sergeant Marquez provided me with some guidelines that are provided for Cross Guard. So I also provided that in a packet to you earlier this afternoon, and there's several pages in that. What's interesting is there is a Cross Guard training that the police department provides, and I've requested to be a part of that. So Principal Freeland and members of his staff will be trained, Cross Guard trainers, and we'll work also with Washington Unified because we want this to be a very important venture as we look at providing safety in that area. Community outreach also, to me, is extremely important. I want the community to know who I am as a school superintendent. I also want them to know what our mission is for the community. So I'm active in the Chamber of Commerce. I'm also attending now many of the Taco Tuesday events. And then most recently, Councilmember Johannesson helped me really reach out to the Broderick Bright area. And I was very interested in becoming active with BB-CAN. And what a wonderful organization. So I was able to have lunch last week with Charlotte and Jim Brewer, and discussed what our outreach could be in that area, because especially as we transition into our new site, we want the community to know how active we'll be around this traffic plan. So in regards to the question with traffic plan, we're going to work very closely. I'm going to meet again with Officer Marquez. I will ensure that our staff is trained. There will be a guarantee on my behalf as the superintendent that rain or shine, there will be Lighthouse Charter School staff at both sites to ensure that dismissal and drop-off is run efficiently, and also that all neighbors have an opportunity to have a contact person in our organization. They'll have my information as well as the principal, and I would like all of you to feel very comfortable knowing that I'll be very accessible, obviously, to you. I also want the community to be very supportive for our final year in these temporary sites. And right now, I'd like to introduce just one of our parents, Marie Swinson, who's been fantastic. She'll kind of talk a little bit about the outreach that we provide for our families.
And you
Hi.
can actually adjust your dais if it's helpful. So there's a little button. I think Charlene will show you how to do that.
I'm a little short.
That's fine.
Okay. Hi, good evening. My name is Marie Swenson, and I'm a parent at Lighthouse Charter School. I have a second grader and a fourth grader, and I also hold a seat on our PTC as our board president. So I'm here this evening mainly to express how much our families love our school and we love our neighbors. I love that our families are so involved on campus and within the community. Over the last 2 years, we've been very active in giving back. We've partnered with YCCA in adopting families for the holidays. We have beautification days where we clean up the church sites that we're temporarily at. And of course, we've recently hosted the Kids Zone at the Farmers Market. At the Farmers Market, we had a scavenger hunt where the kids had to visit the different farm stands. And so that gave an opportunity for the farmers to educate our kids about how we get our food, where it comes from. And how we share these ideas and projects with our Lighthouse families is with the help with our principal, Mr. Freeland. There are several different ways that our families receive this information and express any concerns, if any, that they may have. On our school website, Mr. Freeland blogs about upcoming events and facility updates, and it usually follows up with a robocall as a reminder. As PTC, what we do on a quarterly basis is we distribute newsletters, and so all families are fully informed of what we've done and what's upcoming at our school. We also have a Facebook Lighthouse parent group that Mr. Freeland as well as Mr. Lewis actively participates on. We have a new school app that we'll actually be introducing to all of our new families and current families on August 10th. And with this app, there's an option where families can directly communicate with Mr. Freeland, and then they can also communicate with our PTC board. So there's constant communication. That's pretty much it, that there's just constant dialogue between our families and our administration.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there another speaker? Will you get a chance to address the conditions? Great. Or someone? Okay.
I'm Peter Stone, the Chief Business Officer for River Charter Schools, and thank you for the opportunity to address the commission. One of the first things I wanted to do is just clarify a couple of statements that I observed. For example, what is going to happen to the buildings that are on site at the churches and that we're proposing to bring in? Those buildings are rented. In fact, the classroom building is sitting in Manteca right now, and the company that is going to lease the building to us is really wondering when they're going to get the permit to actually be able to deliver it. So those buildings are not going to go to the new site at all. It's going to be a completely new facility there. And so what the plan is, and the reason that number 12 was very important, is, and we've got to make sure we're looking at, we've got 2 conditional use permits going at the same time. The one that is for 3 years for the churches, we're about ready to start the 3rd year. And we're all very well aware of the fact that at the end of June 2018, that ceases. There's not an option on the table right now at all to continue with the churches, because very clear. So what we've been doing when we turned in our application for this modification, April 25th, we were focused on just how to help make things tenable, because we had originally planned that at First Baptist, there's the educational building, we wanted to have these 2 classrooms this coming year be in the upstairs. But there's a lot of challenges with the upstairs in terms of renovation, dealing with ADA issues, and so we were told it'd be a good idea not to focus there, which is why we came up with the plan of bringing in a portable classroom to be outside. The reason that we're requesting number 12 to have a modification is if I just read it as it is, it says, all modular buildings, storage containers, etc., shall be removed from each aforementioned project, which is the 2 school sites, prior to issuance of building permits for the new location. So what that really means is we are done with the classroom and the containers June of 2018. So if we let this stand, we would be able to obtain building permits on the new site June 2018. That would mean that we would not occupy until August or sometime later in 2019. So that's why that's a very, very huge item, because the other option would be is if this stood, we would then have to say, if we're looking for building permits on the Bright location later this fall, December, whenever that might be, to allow 6 months, 7 months to actually construct the site, we would have to then have the containers and the classroom go back in November, for example, of this year. That would be the alternative way that we could actually meet this requirement. And so we don't feel that that is in the spirit of the fact that we have a use permit to go through, June of next year and have to either take the buildings away early, and we totally get the idea that want to make sure that the buildings go away. If we needed to, we could put a bond down. We could do a variety of other things that would say that we lose the bond if we don't take the buildings away. But those are leased buildings, they're not owned, so as soon as we get to June of next year, they will just go away because the lease is up and we will have no more need for them at those sites. So hopefully that clarifies a little bit why we take very seriously that particular condition. And just looking at it on its surface, it could cause very, very large problems for the new site. The second one is 9A and B, and the key element there, and I think Justin had a good point where he talked about timing. Timing is very, very important on everything we're doing here. I got an email this morning from the building supplier. He's wondering, when is he going to be able to deliver the buildings? So when this says, this item 9A and B, the key statement for us in there was, it says, the plan shall be submitted, the traffic management plan, for review and approval by the Community Development Director prior to issuing building permits for the restroom trailers and modular classroom. Well, if it's not approved tonight, then the question is, when does it get approved? I can't have somebody shipping a building up here. They will not be able to, we're starting August 19th. So we're sort of in a catch-22, and, we feel like we started the process long enough ago that we could have resolved this at this point. But the one point that one of the commissioners mentioned was, at a minimum, the traffic management plan shall include A and B. And by the way, we plan, when we're dealing with the next site, to get involved in a very, very extensive kind of traffic management plan. But here, I think to address the negative comments that have been made, we are saying, if you look at the second page of this particular handout, this page here, we talk about in conformity with condition 9A, at both church locations, we will have a traffic monitor from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. That's the 30 minutes before and after the school starts. At 2:45 to 3:45 each afternoon, again straddling the 3:15 end time. And in conformity with 9B, we've provided all neighbors canvassed last week with phone numbers, email contacts of both the superintendent and the principal so that they have direct access. And we'll provide that information to even more neighbors over time and be willing to have, meetings with them. But then those are the two that this condition actually defined as a traffic management plan. So we're saying technically, if we say we are willing to do those two things, we've met that sort of abbreviated, not a full-blown traffic management plan, but the one that's defined in these conditions. But in addition to that, we've got the statements that are bulleted there that are over and above those two, which would say, have Lighthouse staff attend the West Sac Police Department crossing guard training with Washington Unified School District staff. Look seriously, as Mr. Lewis has mentioned, at staggered start for TK and K at First Baptist. Working with law enforcement to address some of the traffic issues that when they came in from the neighbors are ones that we can't just put in a no U-turn sign, or we can't just put in a no left turn sign. There's law enforcement they have their ways that they have to have those issues dealt with. Or where we put cones out to try and guide and keep people from making left turns into the parking lot. Then another neighbor needs us to open the cones up so that they can back out. So we get sometimes conflicting requests, and we're going to try our dead level best to work with whichever. Working with law enforcement to address the traffic issues and letting neighbors know when special events are occurring. So in what we're really saying with this item and this request, and let me just read that section. So Lighthouse will try to exceed the plan, which is covering items 9A and B. Accordingly, the prohibition on issuing a building permit in this condition 9A and B until the plan is approved will be considered met and any building permits allowing work related to this CUP minor modification may be issued. So that's the recommendation.
Thank you very much. I want to give an opportunity for our commission to ask questions. You've had 3 speakers. If you haven't spoken and you're going to be responding to one of the questions that comes up, please make sure to introduce yourself. So I will actually start to my left with Commissioner Liebig. Do you have any questions or comments for applicants or staff?
Sure. Just for clarification, there are no other requests to speak?
There are no requests to speak.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I appreciate how you're addressing comments. Those were of concern, and I see that staff has included them in the conditions, and I'm likely to agree with changing the text to say prior to occupancy for conditions number 9 and number 12. So just so y'all know where I am on this. I do have some questions regarding condition number 11, as Commissioner Castillo mentioned. This is regarding the toilets. They need to be ADA compliant. At this point, the application does not include ADA compliant toilets. So is the plan to make them ADA compliant, or actually, well, that's the question, is what is the plan? Because at this point, the plan in front of us shows a simple trailer.
At this point, I would say that this particular hearing authorizes the trailers to be there. And we still have, to your point, questions to work out with the building department as to what kind can actually work. Because the ones that we had selected that we thought would work, as soon as it has to be ADA compatible, they don't even make them for those. So we're sort of working on, the worst case is we wind up having none. And and there are sufficient, our architect has told us there's sufficient fixtures, and we have ADA bathrooms that we built 2 years ago in both of the churches, so.
Can you explain a little bit why this is needed? Why the additional toilet trailers are needed? Because this is where one of the complaints is coming from, or concerns.
Right, well, the need, and I think I'll let our superintendent speak to this one.
Well, thank you. In regards to that, obviously, our first year at the Lighthouse, we were 80 students. So we went up to 140 in our second year, and next year we're at 240. And we have a wait list of 100. So obviously, we're capped as big as we can in those locations. It was our understanding and what we've seen from other charter schools during the construction that these types of modular bathrooms were acceptable. Because we do have one, the understanding we have is that if you have an ADA accessible bathroom, that's sufficient for the population. However, if that is something that comes up that we're going to have to work around, clearly the start of the school year is the most important, and we'd have to make things work with fewer restrooms, which is clearly not what I'm hoping is our plan. Again, I've been under the understanding that we were, because of our one ADA accessible bathroom, we were fine with that. But basically, it's due to enrollment, and we'd like to provide the staff and the parents just a little more accessibility to restrooms.
Okay, so, the question for staff, how would we deal with condition number 11 if we do approve this tonight, saying that the toilet trailers need to be ADA compliant, and then it's determined that they actually don't need to be? Can staff make that change without it coming back to the commission?
Yeah, this particular condition is sort of really restating what's an existing obligation, is that, you know, all the construction has to comply with the applicable sections in the California Building Code. This is something we did discuss with our building official on this project, and this was sort of where was sort of the genesis of where this is at. But we would prefer to allow this to be worked out with their architect and our building staff as they go through a little more detailed plan check on this project, rather than try to legislate accessibility here. Rather let the experts in the plan check field, sort that out. We would even go so far as to even, strike this condition if need be. It really states an existing obligation that exists, without having such a condition put on it in this manner.
Okay, I'll leave that discussion for the other commissioners. And then I just have a few comments. The trailer that has been presented to us in the packet, it's a 10-foot tall trailer, and so I could see why there's some concerns from at least one neighbor that there will be a portable toilet. I'm sorry, it's a portable trailer restroom immediately behind some houses. It's also along Park Street, and Park Street is it's a very nice street in the center of our town, and we have a modular going up along Pennsylvania, and then a portable bathroom going up right along Park, and that's probably my biggest concern. Is now we have a 10-foot tall portable toilet.
I don't know, is it possible to see that picture again? Because what I would love to demonstrate, and this is when I had the discussion with that neighbor, it was a wonderful conversation over the phone. The home belongs to his mother, and we were doing the canvassing, and I think he said, don't scare my mom, she knows you're out there knocking. So what I heard from this gentleman was the concern that the mom had was that the portable would go into the view of her window. If you can see that picture, the end of the building, it is going to be touching that. So it's far from Park, and it's far, I don't know if you can see where there's a white shed. I think that's a shed in their backyard. It actually is at that level right there. So it doesn't go past that. And it's actually marked off and painted. And I asked, I'm not sure if he did, he was going to follow up in that evening and go over on that site and actually see it. He seemed to be much better after we spoke, and he understood that the distance of that was going to be far less than I think he thought. Again, it's not anywhere near where you can see where the triangle happens with that black fence. There's actually a play structure. I don't know if you can see the play structure in that picture, but it's in the other side of the play structure. So there's a play structure to the wall is where the unit would go.
Can I ask when you had that conversation with him?
That was Friday,
Okay.
and I believe it might have been Thursday, actually. Thursday, because my walks were Friday morning, so he was Thursday afternoon, and then I called again on Friday during the walkthrough, just to make sure, and that's when he said, yeah, you don't need to go by and talk to my mom. So Thursday and Friday.
Okay. He did send a note to us today.
Yeah, I saw that, I was just given that.
Okay.
And I know it did not mention that we had spoken.
Okay.
And again, I'm assuming that if that's 1508, then that's the residence.
Okay. Also, on that location that you point out, even though that's the proposed location, it also reads as if that's not your ideal location, that you would actually rather have it closer to Park, where you would then not be partially covering up the crosswalk and potentially needing to remove a tree.
Well, I should say that since we put the application in back in April, we've been working with the architects and the variety of different ways to try and figure out what's the most optimal way to work. And in the application, it was actually a trailer, and when we found there were issues in terms of construction things that would have to be done, connecting into sewer lines, putting electrical to it, putting water to it, we actually looked at other options. One was to try and make it as minimally invasive as possible. So we found one that is a solar unit that's, they use for weddings and things. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, here is a picture. It is a little trailer, but the individual units actually come off themselves, and they are designed to have seals, so that one of the notes in item 10 had to do with the fact that it wanted to make sure there were not odors. So it's a solar unit with very minimal use of power, and the water is a 60-gallon water 40-gallon water and 60 waste, so then it is serviced regularly. We have our own janitorial staff, as well as plant manager, who can make sure that they are taken care of. But one of the keys, I actually went and looked at one at a rental yard, and when they get old, it's very easy to have the seals not as good. But The ones that we were talking about, we actually would be purchasing these from the manufacturer so that they would both look good, not all beat up like they sometimes can with rental units, but also to have the seals intact as much as possible. Now, these, the other piece of them, they actually come off of the little trailer, and so they can literally be set down on the ground. They're designed to actually just be set with a little forklift. They've got two little boards there that are built into it, and they set right down on the ground, and it's totally self-contained. So when we found problems with the trailers that we had originally, the building manufacturer of the classroom had very similar toilet trailers, and so that's what we were looking at. That's what was originally put into the application back in April. But as time went on and we kept understanding there were more problems with those, even such things as now having to go and find sewer lines, because those were literally flush toilets, as opposed to these that are more like, almost like an airplane kind of toilet situation. So not a lot of water, not a lot of waste created. So that's what we were trying to do. And so we've been modifying, thinking where's the best location, how we can be less obtrusive, and putting it, as Steve just talked about, behind the building there. It was trying to make it as minimal of an impact as possible. So it's sort of been a work in process and moving all over. So hopefully that helps a little bit.
It does, thank you. No further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Vu.
No, not yet.
I'll start with Vice Chair Sternfels.
Not the time.
Commissioner Castillo.
Just a comment. First, I want to thank Superintendent Lewis and Principal Freeland and the team for the outreach that you guys have done to the community, the accessibility that you've had with the 65 residents there and even more parents, and also the commitment to being good partners and helping to address the concerns, even though we've received 3, but every concern is important, and the extent that you've gone to address those concerns, in addition to going from a trailer to a standalone, to addressing the traffic, and to actually going out to talk to parents and families and that live there to address that. So it's clear that you've taken the initiative to address those. I'm also with Commissioner here one of the commissioners that am in support of the changes to the conditions. I think it's important to give the school enough time to be able to, particularly for condition number 12, that would give enough time for the permit to be issued, to be ready to start school in August. What would happen if that permit is not issued then, and some of the concerns that will arise from that? Where will the students go next year? Do they stay there? Would it come back to the commission to extend for another year? Those are all things we got to consider as well. And I actually visited the site and took a tour of the site, and when I checked out the bathroom particularly, which was a concern from one of the neighbors, it's clear the extent that you've gone to address that. From the trailer to the bathroom that's right next to the building, it doesn't seem to have a big impact on the community. You've minimized that and shown that. So those are just comments, and let commissioners know that I'm inclined to support the amendments to the conditions that are presented today.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Lepore.
Just more of a general comment on the trailers. Really in any situation where there's construction going on, we look at the Bridge District now, there's trailers everywhere, and they may or may not be restrooms, but they are trailers and they are temporary, and same with this. It's a temporary situation, and if it's something that is necessary with all of those students there, I think that it's something that we need to support. So I don't have any problem with the trailers.
Okay, thank you very much. So going into this, I had three major concerns. One is what kind of outreach was being done with residents in the area. The second one was what type of enforcement has been happening and will happen moving forward. And then my third concern was whether the applicant has made a good faith effort in seeking a permanent site so that this location is not the long-term solution. And in discussions with both staff and the applicant, I'm really been satisfied with how those three major concerns have been met. So with that, I'm actually going to close the public hearing and turn it back over for discussion to the commissioners who can continue to address staff. So I see some nods. All right, so I'll close the public hearing. And I will go back to Commissioner Liebig to start our discussion.
Okay, thank you. And this is just probably a note to the commissioners. I'm in favor of the changes. We could probably, as Mr. Tilley put it, strike condition 11. If that is already part of building code, then it kind of takes care of itself. So I would be okay with that as well. There is one concern that I still have, and Mr. Castillo brought it up again. There's a potential that another school could come into this site after you guys leave. I understand that these trailers or the modules are part of the conditional use permit. So once this conditional use permit, these trailers need to go. I would like to reinforce that a little bit more. These trailers don't stay longer than this next year. If the facilities do wish to continue on with having a school on site, they are going to need to come up with a permanent solution. That's my one concern, is can we separate out the timing, or is there a need to separate out the timing so that these modulars don't carry forward if another group comes forward?
And so can I just clarify the question for staff, is that, does this use permit follow the applicant or follow the property? Is that sort of your question or no?
That is sort of the question, and if we can actually strengthen the timeline of the modular and trailers, I would be in favor of doing that, just to emphasize a point.
Yeah, the use permits would run with the land, and that's why they've applied for a new use permit for their permanent location. This one was initially approved for 3 years only, so we've completed, 2 years, and as they stated, we're about to go to year 3. And so presumably at the end of the third year, this use permit is expiring, and then everything associated with it, needs to go. But we can work on strengthening that, but that is what, was always been contemplated, with this as being a short-term use of this site. And if any other school wanted to go in there, there'd be, even if they moved in tomorrow, they'd be still subject to the same use permit and the time restrictions on it, and then anything beyond that would need to come back to Planning Commission.
Does that sufficiently address your question?
Probably. I'll let,
Probably.
I'll let you guys discuss, and if that's okay with everybody else, I'll go forward with it.
Great, Commissioner Vu. And then as you give your comments, if you wanted to weigh in on the requested changes to the conditions of approval, that would be great.
Microphone's not working.
You seem to be on. You want to test that? I see the light. There we go.
There we go. No, Commissioner Liebig has asked all my questions throughout this
he
entire
has.
time. So at this point, I don't have any questions or
What
comments.
happens when you pick on me first?
I know.
That's what I do. Well, thank you. Vice Chair Sternfels.
Yeah, just kind of a few quick thoughts and comments for the group. One, appreciate the applicant coming forward and providing the presentation, reaching out to meet with us and kind of talk about the long-term strategy. I think about 2 years ago when we first saw this item, and, we had a pretty deep conversation about, the appropriateness of a school site in the middle of a residential neighborhood that's not intended to be a school site, and working through those challenges. And then we made a commitment to kind of figure this out for 3 years. And I don't think any of us anticipated the school would grow as quickly as it did, which is great and wonderful, and because that means we're serving West Sac kids with educational choice and quality educational program, clearly, if it's growing at that rate. I appreciate the concerns of the residents, and I am totally fine with making all of the recommended changes, the applicant's requested changes to 9 and 12, striking 11. But I did want to kind of throw a curveball because why
That's
not?
what you do.
We're going to be here for a while. So my thought was, and I'd like some feedback from city staff on this, is, you know, the applicant's committed, particularly in the traffic issues, to doing some really specific things. And I would have no problem with actually throwing one of those in as an additional condition. For example, the training on the cross guard training is part of a condition. And I don't know if that's necessarily appropriate, but if we need to, you know, I think one thing that we may be able to do to kind of show some support for the concerns of the residents is actually taking some firmer action around the things that they are already committing to doing anyway.
Yeah, I would like to address the whole traffic management plan concept. The document that they provided to you tonight, what they're really asking you to do is approve the the handful of bullets on the back of the page as their traffic management plan, and then thus this condition really would be moot by virtue of approving that. Staff is not supportive of approving a traffic management plan here tonight. We need let our police and transportation people and public works review that one last time. So what we would support is shifting the timing on the traffic management plan to final inspection for the facilities rather than prior to issuance of building permits. But tonight, we would not recommend approving this traffic management, bullets here as a plan and being the be-all, end-all. So the crossing guard training and other matters we would think would be part of their overall plan.
So-
That needs some further vetting.
I completely agree with that, and I don't think any of us are interested in you taking action that's outside of our purview tonight and approving a plan that's not before us. However, I think on the parking for Rayleigh Field several months ago, we spent about an hour talking about how long someone should be there after the game is over. And so to give, maybe some thought to even the first bullet point in their proposed plan and putting that additional condition, requiring them to have a traffic monitor from at least 8 to 9 a.m. and 2:45 to 3:45 p.m. every day as a condition. It's something they're committing to anyway, and putting that as an additional condition of approval, at least for me, gives us something to lean on to say we heard the residents' concerns, and we're amping up the considerations here just a little bit. So I'm totally fine with making the changes to 9, as you've suggested, Mr. Tilley, the applicant's request for 12, striking 11, but I'm also proposing adding the first bullet point on their handout regarding having a traffic monitor from specific times during school days. And that's my comments.
All right, seeing no additional response from staff, we'll move to Commissioner Castillo.
I don't have any comments at this time.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Laporte? Okay, great. Well, I think as I opened, I said, this normally would have gone through zoning administrator approval and not come to the planning commission. So something I'd like to consider is looking at this from a land use perspective. So from a land use perspective, to wit, I don't know that any school's been built in West Sac for the last 10 years. And I think that we have a growing population of young families in our community. We're continuing to issue permits to build housing, and I'm not sure that our school, the quantity of schools we have is really keeping up. So it's really important to me that when we have good operators like Lighthouse Charter, that we really support them, particularly if they're making a good faith effort to create a permanent home here in West Sacramento. So that's pretty important to me. I also really want to acknowledge the concerns of the residents, and I would urge the applicant to continue to work very closely with particularly the most concerned residents. But to address their concerns, I've said this before. I remember when I was on the Parks Commission, we had an issue where folks were concerned about the activity of some of the Little League in their neighborhood. And I shared with them kind of a similar comment, and that is that the discomfort or inconvenience of a few residents really shouldn't supersede the opportunities that we're providing for our young people here in town. So weighing that as a community member and from a land use perspective, I think that those are really important considerations. I am also supportive of the of the proposed modifications of striking 11, the applicant's request to modify item, condition number 12, and I am supportive of Vice Chair Sternfeld's recommendation to modify item 9, condition 9 with, as requested by the applicant, as well as including the first bullet point as submitted by the applicant. So those are my thoughts. I'd like to turn over to staff to weigh in on any of the proposals that the commissioners have made.
I think just to clarify, from Mrs. Sternfels and then from yourself regarding condition number 9, we understand adding that first bullet about the having the traffic monitors out there as a potentially a separate standalone condition, but staff would not support the way the applicant has requested this, because they are again asking for this document to be their traffic plan, and we would ask that there still be submittal of a traffic plan, which may very well include these elements, but that needs further review by Public Works and Police. And so we would ask that the only way the condition be modified would be to have that occur before final inspection, rather than before building permits are issued.
I'd like to offer opportunity for Mr. Sternfels and then Mr. Liebig to weigh in on that.
No, I concur with Mr. Tilley that the only change to 9 should be changing the time in which the approval can take place from building permit issuance to prior to occupancy. And then my preference would be a separate standalone condition for the bullet point regarding the traffic monitors.
Do you want to
that it's not
actually
tied
read
to the
off that
traffic
bullet
monitor.
point because I'm not sure the people at home.
Yeah,
know
sure.
what-
So at both church locations, the applicant would have a traffic monitor at least from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the mornings and 2:45 to 3:45 p.m. each school day.
And then Commissioner Liebig.
The only point I was going to make was it's not necessarily a new condition, it's just changing the language under sub-bullet A, 9A, and it's exactly what Commissioner Sternfeld's just read. And that's almost exactly how I had written it as well, so.
That could be added as just like a subsection C on condition 9 also.
They would be in conflict with each other for.
Could we just make A a standalone condition as opposed to part of the traffic management plan?
Oh, I see what you're getting at.
Because he's right. A is essentially saying the same thing, having traffic monitor each facility for 30 minutes prior and before and after school. So whether we slice it from a specific time frame to just what's in there with A, but I think it should be not part of the management plan and actually a condition of approval.
Okay.
A and B are by definition a condition. At a minimum, the traffic management plan shall include A and B. And if the management plan is a condition, I think they are automatically incorporated. So whether you call it condition 15 or condition 9A, I think it's there.
Yeah, I mean, it could work either way a bit. If it's important policy, objective for the planning commission to daylight this as a separate standalone condition, we can do that also. But
Yeah, I guess I'm fine with that. Let's just make sure that we don't have a conflict between 9A and the proposed language.
That's fair.
Well, I'll entertain further discussion, but I will also entertain a motion. And if you're going to make a motion, I would highly recommend being pretty specific. And you may lean on staff to help iterate what that proposal might be.
Okay, I'll give this a go. I will move staff's recommendation with modifications to condition number 9, specifically related to the issuance of the permit. I'm sorry. I have to read this down. The issuance of, or let's see, the traffic management plan needs to be approved before the issuance of occupancy.
I would recommend saying final inspection. I'm
Final
not
inspection.
certain that the toilet trailer will be granted actual occupancy.
Looking at the applicant, does that seem, do I see nodding that it's consistent with what you're, okay. I see some concurrence from the applicant.
Prior to final inspection, and then we would be striking condition number 11.
Yes.
And modifying condition number 12 also to read prior to either occupancy or final inspection. What is your preference on that?
Mr. Mitchell, do you have anything to weigh in on?
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you. I just can't see you.
I'm good.
Yeah, final inspection, I think, would be appropriate here also.
Okay, so I have, I believe, a motion from Commissioner Liebig.
Wait.
Oh,
I'm
he's
sorry.
not done.
Then for condition number 9.
Okay.
I'll say striking the text for 9A and adding a new condition that reads, traffic flow at each aforementioned location shall have a traffic monitor at each facility. That didn't read right. Traffic flow at each aforementioned location shall have a traffic monitor at each facility, at least from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the mornings and 2:45 to 3:45 p.m. each school day, rain or shine.
So if the applicant wanted to provide a comment, would I need to reopen the public hearing?
No, I think you can just ask them
Okay.
if they're okay
Applicant would
with
like
that.
to make a
If it's
comment.
going to be an extensive comment, then yes, you should reopen.
No, just really, on Wednesdays, that's a collaboration day, so kids get out of school early. So it might be better to say half hour before and after.
Which is consistent with how it
Yeah.
appears on 9A.
Yeah, I would actually suggest that you stick more with a format of 30 minutes before and after the start and end date, in case there's a change in that
Good point.
time for some reason.
I'm
So rather than where it says currently at each facility a minimum of 30 minutes before and after school, you could say a minimum of 30 minutes before and after the beginning and end of the school day, or something like that.
So
So you're capturing an hour period of time.
what if we just, sorry, friendly amendment, moving 9A to its own condition? Looking at Commissioner Sternfeld, is that sufficient in capturing what you're looking for?
So I guess what's the difference? I mean, it's still,
One lists a time and one lists.
no, but you can just change the time, not the time, I'm saying, just like the council just recommended, and leave it as A. What's the difference between having it as A rather than a number 15 condition?
Emphasis.
Emphasis, okay. I'm supportive just changing it how council recommended. I think it still addresses Commissioner Sternfeld's concerns. I don't want to speak for you, but I think it's not necessary to have it as a separate condition if it's already listed under the conditions anyway.
I'm
So I think we're just
comfortable with council
I think we're just going
recommendation as well.
around here and just
All right.
having the same conversation of whether we do it or not. Let's just make the change and move forward with it.
Mr. Sternfeld, are you okay with that? Absolutely. Okay. Can I just use Mr. Mitchell's language? And then that's the end of my motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Liebig, and a second from Commissioner Castillo. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Any abstentions? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you all for working through that, and congratulations to the applicant.
Any interested party may appeal the decision of the Planning Commission in this matter to the City Council by filing a written appeal with the city clerk within 15 days of tonight's action, and the appeal must be accompanied by the appropriate filing fee.
Thank you very much. Item number 4, public hearing regarding a conditional use permit time extension request to continue use of a plastering business in the Bridge District at 550 Drever Street. Mr. Laffey.
Good evening, Chair Austin and members of the commission. The plastering business at 550 Drever Street received approval of a conditional use permit on July 21st of last year for the substitution of one non-conforming use for another more restrictive non-conforming use. As a condition of the original approval, annual reapproval subject to the requirements in condition number 2 is required. And that condition requires that the continued use does not impede the redevelopment of the Bridge District to a waterfront-oriented urban district as envisioned in the Bridge District specific plan. Since the original approval, staff has not received any redevelopment interest in 550 Drever Street or the immediately surrounding properties. And as such, the approval of Approval of this request would not impede the immediate redevelopment of the Bridge District. Because of this, staff is recommending that the use permit be reapproved for another year. The applicant is in attendance tonight, but does not have a presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So I'm actually, because there's no presentation from the applicant, and I currently have no request to speak, I'm going to open the public hearing. So open the public hearing, and then I will turn over questioners. I'll start with Commissioner Lepore, if you are ready.
Sorry, I was actually checking to see if this was in 500 feet of my house.
Thank you for being so thorough.
And I believe it is, so.
So it sounds like you're interested in recusing yourself.
Yes.
So she can recuse herself if she so desires, is that correct?
Yes, she should. If you are recusing yourself, you have identified the reason, and you should step down from the podium.
All right, so I'm glad that she went first. So Commissioner Lepore is going to recuse herself from this item. I will move on to Commissioner Castillo.
I don't have any questions or concerns at the time.
Yeah, my actually only question is for city staff. In thinking about the pace of development in the Bridge District, was there be any discomfort to moving this permit from 1 year to 2 years as far as renewal? And the reason I ask is because I think we have a well-run business that's taking place, and having him come back every year and pay the fees to come back and have an item come before us on an annual basis, maybe just, I don't know, it feels like a little much knowing that where this location is and all the other development that probably is going to happen first before development at this site is, there's strong interest. So, maybe we only do that once, but I don't know. It just kind of struck me that coming back annually may be a little much on this item, so I'd like some feedback from city staff on that.
It certainly would be up to the commission if annually is, too frequent. We'd set this up perhaps being, conservative, for the first year. There's no imminent plans that I'm aware of for developing the properties that are, immediately adjacent, to this particular site. That could easily change. But if tonight you want to decide to switch this for 2 years, that would be completely up to you.
So I'll just go ahead and express my interest in changing the length of renewal on this to 2 years. I don't see an immediate reason to ask the applicant to come back again next year. There's no complaints on the business. He's operating well. He's making use of a parcel that has been challenged in the past. He brings his kids to the presentation for the second year in a row and shows them public service in action. I don't see any reason to ask the applicant to come back next year again. So I would like to ask my fellow commissioners' consideration to change condition number 2 to have him from 1 year to 2 years. And other than that, I'd like to move the application at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Commissioner Vu?
Yeah, quick comment, actually, to Commissioner Sternfeld's point. I would agree to that, assuming that the applicant would be amenable to that. First, I wanted to get his, I'm not sure if he's.
Yeah, we'll look to the applicant for your concurrence. Is that something you'd be? Okay, so I see some kind of nodding and affirmation from the applicant.
That's all.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Liebig?
No comments. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Sternfeld's recommendation.
Great. I am comfortable as well. And with that, because we have a packed agenda, I'd like to seek a motion.
So I move approval of staff's recommendation with the change to condition number 2, changing the duration from 1 year to 2 years for renewal. Work?
Madam Chair, did you close the public hearing?
I did not. Thank you. Public hearing's closed, folks.
So to implement Commissioner Sternfeld's motion, we would modify condition 2 to read July 20th, 2019 instead of 2018. If the commission wanted to entertain the 2 years rather than 1 year.
So let me restate I'd like to move staff's recommendation with the change to project-specific condition number 2, changing the date from July 2018 to July 2019.
I have a motion.
A second.
A motion and a second. So motion by Vice Chair Sternfels, second by Commissioner Castillo. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. We have an abstention from Commissioner Lepore, and the motion carries.
Any interested party may appeal the decision of the Planning Commission in this matter to the City Council by filing a written appeal with the city clerk within 15 days of tonight's action, and the appeal must be accompanied by the appropriate filing fee.
I will wait to begin item number 5 until Commissioner Lepore returns. So item number 5 is a public hearing in consideration of Resolution 17-7 PC, recommending City Council adoption of Ordinance 17-7, amending and adding regulations for cannabis land uses. Presentation by Ms. Hamilton.
Good evening, Chair Austin and members of the Planning Commission. We're here before you tonight. Let me see, maybe this needs to go up a little. We're here before you tonight in a public hearing format, seeking your recommendation on amendments to 2 titles of the municipal code, both Title V and Title 17, Title 17 being the zoning regulations. And so we're looking for your recommendation to the City Council on the adoption of Ordinance 17-7. So with that, I do have a PowerPoint presentation to help guide us. So first, I want to begin with a little bit of background on how we got to where we're at today. So it really started, actually even before 2016, going back into the 2000s with the various medical cannabis acts that came forth, and then modifications there too in 2015. And then really in 2016 with the November election and the passage of Proposition 64 and the legalization of adult use of cannabis. And since then, well, actually in 2016 also, after leading up to the election, the city, as you know, approved its first medical cannabis use in the city, and that was back in April 2016. And that was for a distribution transportation facility that's in operation at this time. And then subsequent to the election in 2016, specifically with respect to personal cultivation and sales, the City Council enacted an urgency moratorium while we worked on gathering regulations to address those items based on their past experience in the city. And then also following the various legislative cleanups and merging between what was passed in November, which is the adult use of non-medical, and then also the integration with the existing medical cannabis laws. And so that kind of came about, and actually the final merger occurred in late June with the trailer bill, Senate Bill 94, that was attached to the state's budget bill and went into effect. And so with each one of these changes at the state level, whether it be via the election or legislative changes, to give you a little insight of how we've approached each of these is with each one of those, it starts at the executive team level, which is our department heads and the assistant city managers and the city manager. We meet on a weekly basis. And so with each one of these, we had a special item to discuss any legislative changes or the election outcome. And with each one of the cannabis land use types that the state is looking to license or allow, each one of the department heads, we all talked about it and weighed in on it, and they shared their areas, their personal expertise areas. So for example, on this list, I'm not going to read them all, but police on each one, as these come up, and we were formulating how the city might want to regulate or what would be our recommendation to the Planning Commission and the City Council. Each one of the departments in their areas provided their expertise and their knowledge, and they did research, tracked what other cities are doing, what other states have experienced. And so the executive team really started providing sort of the guidance for staff and the development of these regulations, and also with seeking sort of program direction from the city council, starting in January and then checking back in with them recently. And so, again, I won't go over that, but that was kind of how we got to where we're at today. So there has been a lot of thought put in at the staff level and a lot of research and trainings and followings all along the way since the voters enacted Proposition 64. And so we did check in with the city council again just this last month to make sure that we were approaching the program the way that they had originally indicated back in January, that there hadn't been any change conditions, and that making sure that we had the budget to process these amendments. As I don't know if you've been following, but we just adopted it to your budget, and it's pretty tight on funds given some of the external challenges. And so the city council did direct us to continue on sort of a dual process, which is allowing the entitlement requests that had submitted and that are kind of underway to continue. And then also to start the process to finish the regulations associated with personal cultivation and also sales, and some of the other items that are not being addressed through entitlement applications, but yet could be licensed by the state as early as January. So it's really important that we get our regulations in place if we do want to regulate prior to January 1st to ensure that the state doesn't issue a license in our city that we may not be comfortable with. So the dual process does allow for the entitlement requests to continue, although that is somewhat at your discretion, with each application. It does provide, this dual process, while it doesn't necessarily mimic some of the past processes when we've taken major zoning or municipal code amendments, it does, though, achieve, there are some benefits to it. And that is, it provides for a more in-depth review on a project-by-project basis, because there you have a specific location that you're actually looking at and can see the surrounding areas and the site-specific effects, whereas these, the municipal code amendments that are being presented under this particular item are broader in nature. And so therefore, it could be possible that there would be additional environmental review or discretionary review that comes later with an actual project. So, and with that, the entitlement, allowing the entitlement request to continue also addresses the timely processing of applications under planning laws. So that's sort of the background of kind of how we've formulated things to date. Now, moving into the actual amendments and kind of looking at an overview of where our current code is today and the requests we have in process. On this slide, it shows the various categories under the state law that either may be regulated or allowed and or will be licensed. And so the left, let's see if I can get my little arrow here. So this left-hand side here is those different categories. So when I'm talking about the different categories of cannabis uses, that's what I'm referring to. And then this center column shows the zones that we have in the city where they're currently allowed, or at least the land use types and where they might be currently allowed or not allowed or under some other action. And so we, at this point in time, we really only have the distribution transportation allowed in the M1 zone. We do have the moratorium on all outdoor cultivation, whether it's personal or commercial. And then we do have the prohibition on medical dispensaries. the entitlement requests that are in process, which you have seen a couple, and you have another one on your agenda after this item tonight. So those requests that are in process are requests for distribution transportation in the M1 and M2, but not specific to medical. So it would allow both non-medical and medical. And then there are requests for manufacturing, either in process or about to be in process in the mixed industrial, the ML zone, M1 and M2. And then there is also an application for indoor commercial cultivation in the M2 zone.
Charlene?
Yes.
Sorry. While this slide is up, I actually had a question specifically about this slide. The right column says requests in process.
Yes.
And under deliveries, there's none. But at the council meeting, you had mentioned that you had received 2 requests for this specific use.
Inquiries, not formal applications.
Okay.
So these are entitlement requests. I should have been a little more specific on that on the right-hand column. So they're actual formal applications. At the council meeting, I did, when checking in with them on if their program view had changed on sales. The 3 categories of sales under the new state law are dispensary, retail, and now micro businesses. And the micro businesses could capture the delivery-only model, so could retail, which would be delivery-only. The requests there, or the inquiries that came in were whether or not we were interested in allowing a non-storefront business to locate in the city that would be delivery-only. And it wouldn't have access by the public. The best way I could describe it, and the way it was described to me, was the original Domino's pizza, where you couldn't walk up and order a pizza and get it there. It was, you called and then you had it delivered. So that's the way that they described it to me. And with that, the city council said that they kind of viewed that still under retail, and that's about the only direction they gave. So, so for the purposes of tonight, you will see that I've now included that under the proposed prohibition.
Okay.
But that is still open for discussion at the public level and with the commissioners. So I do want to mention that a couple of these items do fall under the existing moratorium. And I just wanted to mention that that moratorium is due to expire October 29th of this year, unless extended by the city council. So this slide is also a map contained in your actual agenda report, and it's the 11 by 17 map contained in attachment. Where's my attachment number? Well, it's missing. So for the audience at home, it is, it's in attachment 2. So it's paired with the municipal code amendments. And so on this map, for everyone at home and in the audience, this is basically showing the yellow and reddish orange areas are areas where residential is either zoned and or it's a mixed use area in the case of the red and the orange where residential could occur. And then the blue and the purple and zone areas, colored areas, are your business park and your industrial zoned areas. So this is to provide sort of a broad overview as we're discussing the zones as far as proximity to residential. And then it's a little bit hard to see on the darker purple, but the black triangles that are on there, that shows the 5 entitlement requests and or existing business that is currently their general locations as it pertains to the various zones. And so attachment 2, which is the highlighted matrix here. So that really provides sort of an overview of, especially the ones in yellow, that provides an overview of what's recommended in the actual red line ordinance changes that you have as another attachment in the agenda report. And so for indoor personal cultivation, the amendments are recommending that it be allowed indoor, and that indoor also includes a greenhouse, so it could be just a standard greenhouse, but that it needs to be in a fenced yard, and that any open outdoor cultivation would be prohibited on a personal level. We are recommending that you strike the requirement for a permit and that you strike the square footage requirement, since those were removed from state law as well. And that, let's see, and of course, we mimicked, we also reiterate that the maximum number of plants is 6 plants, or in accordance with state regulations, both non-medical and medical. And so for outdoor personal cultivation, I kind of already covered that. Based on the city's past experiences with extreme nuisances, we're continuing to extend that prohibition on open outdoor cultivation. And the state law allows for us to have that discretion. For dispensaries and retailers, again, there's a current prohibition, and that shows up in both Title V at 5.28010, as well as in Title 17, the zoning regulations. So what we're looking there is we are expanding some of the definitions, and we are also expanding the prohibition to ensure that it covers not only dispensaries, but retailers and even micro businesses and the non-storefront retail. With respect to deliveries, which is our next highlighted item, we're recommending adding a section to Chapter 5.28, which allows for cannabis deliveries within the city by state licensed dispensaries, retailers, or micro businesses or nonprofits. The state law does not allow us to prohibit deliveries from passing through our city, so we can't regulate that. They're allowed to pass through. We could regulate whether they can make a delivery in our city. Each time this has come up, when we've discussed it both at the executive team level and at the city staff level, or city council level, we're always trying to remember the fact that the voters did pass this by a majority to allow in our city. So we're trying to respect their wishes, but at the same time put forth measures to ensure that we have land use compatibility and that we don't bring about nuisances and protect other private property rights as well.
I have a question, just really quick
Sure.
on that. Is that the deliveries, it's for both originating within the city of West Sacramento and being delivered into the city of Sacramento?
Yeah, this would allow deliveries into our city.
Okay.
Specific to properties in our city. Some cities are prohibiting deliveries in their cities. Others are allowing it outright. We're kind of in between, where we're proposing to allow it, but we want to make sure that the people delivering are connected with a state licensed retailer. So not all cities are doing that. So deliveries could pass through our city by right, but if you choose to recommend this, then you would be authorizing them to make deliveries, say, to a personal residence in our city. And then distribution and manufacturing are not highlighted, so they are not a part of these proposed amendments. Those are kind of following the path with the entitlement requests, and we're seeing how those go. And then testing is one that we have not received any requests. There has been a couple of inquiries, but nothing for a little while on this one. So given that the date of January 1st at the state licensing is approaching, we thought it was best to go ahead and add the definition and add changes to the Title 17 code to mimic the other requirements for a development agreement and a use permit, similar to we've treated manufacturing and distribution and commercial cultivation, as far as our position on those items. And then bulk storage is not highlighted, but it's not really a state licensing, but it is an area that's identified in our code, and it could have some relationship with manufacturing, cultivation, and potentially even testing. So that is something that we'll be looking to, that staff will be working into any future municipal code amendments that go along with projects to ensure that bulk storage is included in those definitions if there are changes there. So that kind of provides the overview of the municipal code amendments that are also contained in the red line version, which is in attachment 3.
So, Ms. Hamilton, can you, because the devil's really going to be in the details in this one, in our discussion this evening. So if commissioners were going to recommend or request changes to staff recommendation, should they refer to attachment 1? Or, because I understand that attachment 2 is more of a guide, it's not what we're actually approving this evening. So if you could clarify what specifically we should be looking at as far as verbiage, that would help.
So on the actual municipal code text amendments, if the Planning Commission wants to make changes or additions or deletions, I would like them to refer to attachment 3, the actual red line.
Okay.
If it's easier to read the clean version, all of those are also in attachment 1, which is the ordinance 17-7.
Okay, so that's helpful. So we are actually going to be considering a motion for attachment 1, but it would help for documentation purposes to refer to attachment 3. Okay, thank you, that's very helpful. And do you have more for your presentation?
I will just close by saying that these municipal code amendments are exempt under CEQA, not only under CEQA, but also under the latest state regulations. The state specifically under Business and Professions Code 26055H, they included an exemption for cities that are adopting regulations that would regulate cannabis land uses that further require discretionary review and environmental review. And so there's another layer of exclusion from CEQA for the action tonight. And so with that, I will conclude. And if there's any further questions, or I can also move to the side and let you take public comment.
Before you sit down, could you identify who is here representing the city who we could ask questions of? Because so for the benefit of folks who are in the audience and listening at home, I will turn it over to commission to address staff, and there's actually quite a few city staff here to address commissioner questions. I'll open the public hearing, hear public comment, and commissioners will have another opportunity to address public comment. So,
Thank
yes.
you for reminding me that. Yes, we do have Fire Chief John Heilman here this evening, and we also have Lieutenant Nathan Steele representing the Police Department. And then I am available to answer any questions, as well as David Tilley.
Thank you very much. I might recommend that you don't quite take a seat yet. So I think I'll start with Commissioner Liebig.
Back with me first. Okay, I do have a lot of tabs, so. A couple of clarifications. First, thank you for all of your work on this and getting ahead. As we've been seeing this project by project, we were starting to see conflicts between the two projects, and this is going to help pull it together and help us move forward. So I appreciate this. I appreciate going to council and receiving their input. I did listen to it. It was helpful, and thank you for pushing them a couple of times on that one topic that I was looking for. I had some questions regarding. Sorry, we'll go through these one by one. Regarding the deliveries only options. as to why the staff is recommending that we don't adopt a delivery-only business practice here?
As far as retail?
Yes, as far as retail.
So the police department, I'll speak a little bit for them, but Lieutenant Steele can, he may want to add more detail. But that did come up at our executive level discussions. The police department has probably the most concern with retail operations. That's where, in their research and their experience, that there has been a higher level of criminal activity in the past. Obviously, going forward, things could change, but it's probably really more about a comfort level at this point.
Okay. If, going forward, if we're going to talk about any changes, that's one that I'm interested in.
The only other thing I would add is that it came up at City Council earlier this year in January, and then again at the executive team, is there seemed to be a fair amount of retail nearby, just across the river. And so that was the other factor that came into play.
A couple questions under definitions. Under cultivation of cannabis, we talk about indoor cultivation in residential zones, but we don't talk about commercial zones. I'm assuming that's intentional, that we're silent there because of the zoning matrix that allows for it.
It currently is prohibited. So right now, commercial cultivation, whether indoor or outdoor, is prohibited anywhere in the city.
But we're considering it indoor, and in the table in the back with the highlights, I thought cultivation is being proposed to be included for commercial. Did I misread that?
There's still going to be the prohibition. All we're doing under that is removing the reference of medical. So now the prohibition would apply to medical or non-medical at this time. So we're not proposing to add any sections to regulate that. You have a separate item that will be coming back to you on a project-specific item that will address, that you'll have an opportunity to decide whether you want to change the prohibition and allow indoor commercial cultivation.
I totally missed that. Thank you. So the commercial cultivation is still prohibited under this? And-
Yes, all we're doing is just removing the term medical so that it would apply to both medical and non-medical.
Okay. In your personal preference, if we wanted to see changes to this, for example, I'm interested, if we're going to have deliveries, if we already have deliveries, would it be better to have them originating in our city in a non-storefront business versus originating somewhere else and ending up in our city? It's roughly the same thing in my opinion. So I would consider pulling that in. But in your opinion, would it be better to do that then in a case-by-case basis, or should we be doing it in this document?
If you wanted to make that recommendation to the city council for it to be included in this document, that would be appropriate.
Getting back to my tab.
I try to refrain from giving personal preferences.
Sorry, and you're professional.
That was one that there hasn't been a lot of discussion on it per se, because it was a recent inquiry, and we're not sure how solid it is. So, but I think your comment is reasonable, and, you know, if the rest of the commission feels similarly, I would raise it to the city council.
Okay, back to the definitions under cultivation of cannabis. If we're talking about residential zones here, why are we then silent on commercial if they're treated the same? Oh, wait, they're not, because in commercial, they're not. Never mind.
Well, commercial requires a state license.
Gotcha. Okay, also under definitions, definitions H through O. Cannabis retailer, microbusiness, or dispensary. I have a specific comment. It means the facility or location, whether fixed or mobile, where cannabis is cultivated, provided, sold, made available, or otherwise distributed. It seems odd to have the word cultivated there because generally, well, actually, can you explain that? Is that handling the model that they want to grow, manufacture, and distribute all at the same location?
No, cultivated is what's in our current ordinance, because remember, when the current ordinance was dealing with dispensaries, and dispensaries, medical dispensaries, were allowed to have cultivation as a part of their business. So that's why, and I believe they still are, that's why cultivated was still left in. So.
Okay, and this would be appropriate under the new state laws? Or what we
I can
expect?
see your point, because we also have a separate category of cultivation.
I would recommend leaving it.
We strike it or leave
No, I'd
it?
recommend leaving it in for
Because
now.
of-
We can take a look at that and see, it's a valid question, but I do have some concern that there may still be lingering provisions that allow medical dispensary to do cultivation activities. I'm not 100% sure on that. So we might look for a recommendation to take a look at that, and if appropriate, strike it when it goes to the council, but otherwise pass it as proposed.
Okay, you know, if it doesn't hurt for it to be there,
I don't think it hurts to have it in.
all right. That's all that is all of my questions, I think, at this time. Thank you.
I promise you'll get another opportunity, another bite at the apple. Commissioner Hood? Vice Chair Sternfels?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Hamilton, for the presentation and for your time earlier today as well. I appreciate all the efforts staff has gone to help kind of educate all of us and give us background and feedback on process and kind of what's been taking place in the city and among the city leadership. Two specific questions on the existing or the proposed language before us. Under cultivation of cannabis, the regulations, section 1726.020. Number 3 there suggests that personal residential cultivation should require, the structure should be required to have a ventilation and filtration system. But I noticed that both the lab section does not have any requirements for filtration and ventilation, and then also the additional item we have before us tonight, which is manufacturing, doesn't have any requirements for ventilation or filtration. And so I was wondering if you could either speak to that, or, and maybe I'll just kind of pitch it as an early item, that something I'd like to see consistent across the board.
Yeah, no, that is a very good catch. And I think the intent was there, but obviously it might not have gotten captured in the text. So I definitely would recommend that we add ventilation to testing and also to pretty much any of the commercial businesses that might be coming before you in an application status.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My other comment was on number 7 on that same section regarding accessibility to persons under 18 years of age. This is another one where we put that very specifically in the residential cultivation section, but I did not see it under the lab testing or under our next item for the manufacturing. And so I know in probably both those cases, there's probably secure areas at the site, but certainly in my own research, I've seen other cities that have prohibited access to the site at all by anyone under 18 years of age. And, you know, I know we've chatted a little bit about some potential legal concerns, but I'm thinking if it's a retail shop, which I know it's not, but if it was, you could certainly limit access to under 21. We have other businesses that limit access to folks under a certain age. And, you know, as a policy question, and I'll leave this one out there for the commission to discuss as the night goes on, but is that something we should be considering? Because because it's currently written in the lab section, and both the manufacturing section would not have that type of prohibition. So technically, an employee could be under 18 and work there, I think, unless there's some other law that I'm missing that regulates that, or workers could have family members, children at the site, and I'm wondering if that, the appropriateness of that, and if that's something we should tackle here. So maybe that's not left for you, but you're welcome to comment on, but I kind of wanted to bring out this early point because it's pertinent to the definitions.
No, it's a very good point to raise. And I didn't have a chance to go through the latest state laws to see if there's coverage there. So I would recommend putting additional language in about 18 years of age. I would say for the commercial businesses that we might want to include it where it's in the areas where there are cannabis production or activities going on, but not necessarily limit it to maybe the front office areas that can be secured. Most of the security plans going forward, there's been identified a secure separation between the front office areas and the actual operations areas. So that way, it still would allow what one of my earlier concerns was if an employee, an adult over the age of 21 who's working there, say, had to have their child dropped off because of an illness or a school or something, and at least they'd be able to have that child in the front office. But surely we wouldn't want to have under the age of 18 back in the operational area. And, a lot of businesses these days, including our own city, we have interns that are still in high school coming to intern with us, and we want to encourage that, but there are some businesses that may not be appropriate, and this may be one of them.
Thank you for your feedback. I'll leave it out there for my fellow commissioners to discuss maybe later. I did have one more suggestion that I wanted to bring out, and it's really in response to some of the previous conversations that commissions had when we've workshopped these items in the past, and it's pertinent to both items before us tonight. So I thought I'd just kick it out early before we get to public comment and then kind of see where the night takes us. But one of the things that I became aware of in looking at kind of the status quo of zoning ordinances in other cities is state law actually has a 600-foot rule for proximity to cannabis facilities and schools, but nothing else. So state law, a manufacturing facility, lab testing facility couldn't be within 600 feet of a school. I've seen several other cities that have added similar 600-foot restrictions to both parks and residential areas. And in thinking about some of the challenges we have with the zoning in certain parts of town and kind of some of the old remains of older zoning, it was something I wanted to bring up to the commission as maybe a really thoughtful way to prohibit some of these uses in places that may be next to sensitive populations without kind of doing an overlay or doing anything crazy like that. That being said, I did also recognize that for our later item this evening, 600 feet would cause a problem. And so I'd be totally willing to talk to the commission about language that, there's a buffer there in the highway. Maybe we could create some language around give it to council's discretion on a 600-foot rule if they wanted to bypass it. But state law took a clear stance that they didn't want certain types of manufacturing and distribution of this industry around schools, and I've seen other cities take a look at doing the same for parks and residential areas, and so I wanted to at least pitch that to my colleagues as something to consider. And it's not something I'm hard and fast on, but knowing some of the equity conversations we've had in the past and some of the sensitive areas that we have of town where there's old zoning, I thought that would be maybe something we could get some compromise on tonight. So. And Charlene, please feel free to comment if you'd like. I'd appreciate your feedback on that item too.
No, those are all good points, and other cities are looking at that. Staff did not recommend that at this time, mostly because the uses that we're proposing to entertain and regulate on all of them, we're saying that they're not open to the public. They don't have a storefront. But that's certainly something that would be under the purview of the Planning Commission to recommend There was a little bit of a discussion at the city council, recognizing some proximities to residential. So that is something that is being discussed. And there's a couple different ways to do it. There's by radius. And so you could entertain similar 600 feet, or you could go a little bit less radius on parks and residential, or you could also look at certain geographic areas where if you, say, for example, imposed a 600-foot radius and it would pretty much eliminate a small pocket of industrial, then you might be better off to say just a certain geographic. An example would be, no industrial east of Harbor Boulevard would be an example of giving more of a geographic line as opposed to a radius line.
So I just kind of would really like to hear folks' feedback on that as the night goes on, because it's a conversation we've started many times, but now it's kind of before us in the decision-making format, and I thought, tonight's the night to kind of figure it out if we're going to make an additional recommendation in that. And that's it. I really appreciate staff's work on this. I think we've come a long way, and I'm really happy with the product that's before us tonight in total, and look forward to discussing it kind of more after we hear public comment. And
I would add one more thing to the radius discussion. So in some cases, our industrial areas are where a 600-foot radius would capture a residential zone. In several of the cases, there is a significant barrier that's within that 600 feet, such as Highway 50 or Interstate 80. So you do have some of those cases too, and that can be taken into consideration if the Planning Commission so chooses.
Thank you. Commissioner Castillo.
Thank you for the presentation. Definitely learned a lot in the past 2 months, and I've been thinking a lot about this as well, particularly echoing Commissioner Sternfeld's comments about the proximity to residential and schools, because I know this was something that we talked about in previous commission meetings about where these businesses are located right now and where there'll be a cluster of them moving forward when we start considering these with the zoning that's available. So I'd like to, entertain a creative way or discuss or see if we can come up with a creative way to address the radius or proximity question as it relates to it being near residential or schools. Even though we recognize that the proposals being before us today and the ones that we've discussed before are not necessarily near residential or schools, but who's to say that, once we zone these differently, there will be pockets of land that these businesses could potentially go in the future that are closer to residential, so that's something that we just need to consider. But aside from that, I don't have any other comments.
Thank you very much.
A couple things. Thank you so much for this, and I appreciate the fact that we're sort of getting ahead of the game on this. A lot of cities are behind, so it's comforting to know that we are ahead. A couple things I actually wanted to question, which Commissioner Liebig also brought up. In regards to the deliveries, what was the thinking? So it says, and this is on the red line format on attachment 3, medical and non-medical cannabis deliveries within the city are allowed. Is that deliveries to residential or deliveries to other businesses from a wholesale standpoint?
This particular one was really meant for, let me get the right page here. So which section?
5.28.
Ah, that's right. It's in the front. Yeah, so this was really getting at more for personal. So it's really more it was probably written more to be directed towards residential. But then again, I don't think, and I'll look to legal counsel, I don't think that we can necessarily limit if someone was receiving a delivery, say, at their place of business for personal use.
What?
We kind of use the model of, again, like a pizza delivery or a, you know, if someone orders a pizza from Sacramento, you know, they should be allowed to come in, but they're ordering it from a licensed business, and whether it's in our city or in Sacramento.
This situation is clearly aimed at the retail personal use because we're saying
From retail, not wholesale.
state licensed dispensaries, retails, micro businesses, and nonprofits. So the thinking, I believe, was, as Charlene has indicated, the city doesn't propose to be in the business of trying to regulate personal receipt of a product from a state licensed retailer. We'll just use retailer as a shorthand.
Yeah, for it to be a delivery, say, going from a wholesaler to another wholesaler, that would fall under distribution, transportation, and that would fall under that commercial land use.
Because my recollection is that, for example, the definition of retailer includes delivery to retail customers.
Yes, it does.
And so they don't have to have a separate license to be a delivery business.
Got it, okay. I don't know if you want to, you know, have that in there, include that so it's clearer.
Okay.
The second part, again, to Commissioner Liebig's question about the originating outside the city, I guess confused as to, again, why. Obviously, there's a lot of interest in cannabis because of the economic benefits, not only to the new businesses, but also to the, you know, the cities and our state overall. And they're also trying to align our guidelines with alcohol. And so if you look at kind of what, you know, West Sacramento has in terms of distributors, beer distributors, as well as craft beer manufacturers, do we want to, you know, limit our ability to have that additional income for the city by, you know, designating that it has to originate from outside our city, if that makes sense?
Yeah, and just from the staff's recommendation, we're kind of going off of past direction, past history, and what we've heard to date. If the Planning Commission wants to recommend amendments that would allow retail, as opposed to what's before you tonight, that's certainly within your purview.
I mean, I'm not advocating for more retail, I'm just advocating for, you know, not limiting the ability for, you know, if it's a local, if it's a West Sacramento-based manufacturer and they want to deliver to a West Sacramento resident or another restaurant, West Sacramento business, maybe in our best interest as a city to allow that versus encouraging them to order from, you know, Sacramento or.
I think Charlene is correct that you could make a recommendation to the council. The direction we've received so far from council is, I've interpreted as them drawing a fairly bright line between retail and wholesale, that they're comfortable with wholesale, which would include business-to-business transactions, but not comfortable with retail businesses operating. So whether that is a retail storefront or whether it's a business that's in the business of making deliveries directly to customers, so far, they have not indicated an interest in pursuing that. But as Charlene says, if you want to make a recommendation.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, I think they're still wanting to, you know, hear from the public and the commission on that. So, but yeah, this would not prohibit state licensed commercial facilities such as, you know, our distribution transportation that's within the city, them distributing to another business state licensed commercial cannabis business.
Right, right.
That's also allowed in our city. So the business-to-business transactions would be allowed.
Right, okay.
Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
just, I could be wrong, Charlene, so please correct me, but state law would not allow, as it's currently written, a wholesale, a manufacturer or a distributor to sell directly to a customer. They can only sell their product to a
Correct.
retailer.
Right.
Correct.
So absent being allowed to have retailers, or having retailers in the city, we couldn't have, a wholesaler who decided to start doing direct delivery, because the law wouldn't allow for that. It's just kind of the way the system's set up.
Right, right.
Correct, but the state licensed commercial businesses that could be in our city, for example, if we were to allow an indoor commercial cultivator or a manufacturer, they could then contract with a local distributor who's state licensed. And so there could be transactions going on business to business within our city. But yeah, where they can't cross is going from that to then retailing for personal use.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. Yes, so thank you very much to commissioners, actually city council and staff. I know there's been dozens and possibly hundreds of hours of work that's been put into this. And so yes, I want to acknowledge a lot of work that's gone into this entire process. For me, in general, my preference would be to have a relatively broad ordinance, but still really focus on the conditional aspect of the conditional use permit. It's very important to me that this come to the Planning Commission, not just because we currently populate the Planning Commission, but to allow for public hearing from members of the public and other stakeholders to weigh in on a project-by-project, applicant-by-applicant basis. So I'll put that out there. And then even in that being said, at this point, I do feel a little bit that our ordinance is a bit reactive. I think that we're doing the best to stay ahead of the coming implementation of state legislation. But for example, I would be open for discussion looking at having all of the proposed conditional use permits, which are kind of across the board. There's M1, M2, and ML. I'd be interested in having all allowable with a conditional use permit under ML and M1 and M2, and leave it up to a project-by-project consideration by the Planning Commission. So that's where I lean. I'm open for discussion on that. But that's all I have to comment at this time. So with that, we are, as I said, we're going to open the public hearing now. We will hear from members of the public. There'll be, and I'll leave the public hearing open as commission discusses, because we may have questions for people who are commenting. So I'm actually going to read a memo that was provided, it was provided by a member of the public and provided to the commission by Mr. Hardy. And the first two commenters after I read this will be Kimberly Cargile, and then following her, Molly Fry. So the first public comments from Ralph and Chris Lemure. The subject is hearing on 720-2017 public comments.
Chair Austin, I just apologize for interrupting.
Yes.
I believe the memo that you received from Mr. Hardy was really related to item number 6.
Oh, okay, well, thank you for
Although
clarifying.
obviously there's overlap between the two items, but that was, I believe, in response to the public noticing we did on item number 6.
Okay, thank you for that. But I'll intend to do the same activity when we go to item 6 then. Okay, so thank you for clarifying. But stay tuned, that will be for item 6. So with that, we will hear from Kimberly Cargile and Molly Fry, followed by Molly Fry. And I do want to note that because we have 2 significant agenda items, we are going to be using the time clock. So Katie, is that ready? Yep. Okay. So, yes, so that everyone has an equal amount of time and nothing more, nothing less, we're going to we're going to take that approach. So Ms. Cargile, please introduce yourself and who you represent.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Cargile. I'm the Executive Director of a therapeutic alternative, a City of Sacramento permitted and regulated and highly taxed dispensary. We've been in operation since 2009. I graduated from River City High School in 1999 and went to Humboldt State University and studied a variety of natural medicines. After I graduated from college in 2006, I moved back to Sacramento and became a patients' rights advocate. For the last decade, I've been advocating on the local government and state government side for regulations for our industry. I've been at this planning commission at City Council in 2009, 2011, and will not stop coming back until there will be some safe access in West Sacramento. We have thousands of patients who travel from Yolo County, and I have actually three people who work with me, 3 employees who live here in West Sacramento also. And I'm here tonight to ask once again for dispensaries, regulated dispensaries in West Sacramento. For almost 10 years now, we have not had any crime associated with our dispensary. We are in East Sacramento, McKinley Park area, fabulous 40s, very conservative neighborhood, and all of our neighbors love us and have written us letters of recommendation. We provide security for our community, our surrounding community, and actually crime has been shown to go down in our community. There has been no rise in use of cannabis in the parks or the schools, and the kids who walk home from school in front of our dispensary have never once knocked on our door and tried to come in. Actually, the school across the street has given us a letter of recommendation. So we work daily to break down the stigma associated with this non-toxic alternative to pharmaceuticals. Cannabis has been used for thousands of years, and thanks to wonderful manufacturing companies and the advancement of science in this area, we have a number of products and different administrative techniques, different cannabinoid profiles to help relieve symptoms of a variety of illnesses and disorders. I recommend you tour our dispensary before making a decision on the negative impacts associated with dispensaries. I also encourage the local police department to do a tour of our dispensary. We do tours weekly, often 3 times a week, with different government agencies. And we'd be happy to answer any questions and show you the reality of a safe access dispensary and the positive impacts we're making on the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cargile.
These are some of the products we carry.
And then, so we have Molly Fry, MD, next, and on deck will be Deanna Garcia.
Hi, I'm Dr. Molly Fry, and I'm here today because I'm a medical director for a therapeutic alternative, but I no longer practice conventional medicine, and that's because over the 35 years that I practiced medicine, I came to believe that the pharmaceutical model of treating patients, excuse me, which is now new. My grandfather was a doctor in 1900, and as a result of that, my mother was born to him when he was in his 50s, and so I have an unusual history coming from a line of physicians that still remembered when he had his medical bag at the turn of the century. Contained within it were the elixirs and the various medicines that all contained cannabis. And I think it's important for us to remember that we've been using herbal remedies and natural remedies and treating patients for thousands of years without pharmaceutical medicines. And so what I encourage you to recognize is that marijuana or cannabis is not a new medicine. This is a medicine that has been used for a long time, hundreds of years in the United States and thousands of years throughout the country, or throughout the world. And as a medicine, you should be thinking not as a dispensary like a liquor store, but as a dispensary like a pharmacy. And would you really consider having only one pharmacy in neighborhood in a population. And these dispensaries, I work for a therapeutic alternative. I invite every one of you, as well as the police chief, to come to our dispensary because we have self-imposed regulations that ensure safety. We ensure well-tested and labeled products. We have child-proof packaging, and we're trying to demonstrate to you that this can be run efficiently and effectively like a medical dispensary should be, like a pharmacy should be, to supply the needs of desperately ill patients who need to be able to have their medicine available to them. So I'm just really grateful you're having a discussion, and I'm really glad that you're thinking about it, and I just want to encourage you to keep an open mind. This is a good medicine, and it's non-toxic. And to give an example of everyone's worried about children. I'm worried about children. I have 5 children. But the reality is that if my children or any other person in my family makes a bad decision with alcohol or with an opiate, they may not wake up the next morning for me to say, you know what, you're grounded, or you know what, we need to talk about treatment. But if you make a mistake with cannabis, you'll be there the next day because the CDC says that 0 people every year, 0, die from cannabis use. So compared to that, I'm a pro-life person. I want life and health and quality for everybody, and cannabis doesn't poison patients. It heals them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fry. We'll be hearing from Deanna Garcia, and the last speaker who has submitted a request to speak card is Haley Andrew. If you are interested in speaking, you need to submit your request to speak card now to the clerk. Thank you.
Good evening. I really like your podium that has the down button for us shorties. Hello and good evening. My name is Deanna Garcia. I'm a registered City of Sacramento cannabis farmer. The reason I'm speaking to you all this evening is about cannabis retail. I support medical cannabis safe access and good regulations. Cannabis grown free of harmful chemicals, tested product, and safe retail access. I am a mother of 5. Bring one of my children to every event that I come to. They all get picked like a lottery to come and sit with me and see how the cities and the counties are making laws that will someday affect them as they get older. I have 5 wonderful children, and I understand the city's concern for welfare and safety of the citizens and the residents. With regulations from the local and state officials, this will ensure an annual license which will also ensure good behavior. The City of West Sacramento will have the local control. The State of California will start licensing process on January 2nd of 2018. With your city's moratorium expiring in October of 2017, this would be good timing to allow safe medical retail in your city. I invite you and all of you to take a tour of our retail location in Midtown Sacramento, where my flower that I grow in my cultivation site is available to medical cannabis patients. I am asking that the City of West Sacramento allows this very well-experienced West Sacramento citizen, gone to your schooling and has now educated herself in cannabis, to open a dispensary here to show you what a good regulated medical dispensary looks like, and to keep your sales tax in your own city, as a lot of your residents do come into Sacramento to purchase the medicines that are required for a good life and good health. And it is a lot of tax revenue that leaves your city and goes into another city that you could utilize here. And I thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, I will take your questions. And also, I would like to invite you to come to my cultivation site. It's an indoor, very small cultivation site. It's only 3,800 square feet. But I've had the state officials and city officials and county officials across California come and visit just to see, where the flower is made and how it is tested before it goes into the dispensaries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. And last, we have Haley Andrew.
Good evening. My name is Haley Andrew. I currently work at a therapeutic alternative as the general manager. I have been doing this for roughly about 10 years, and I would just like to express how much having a retail site in your city could help your patients here. So many patients do come to us from West Sacramento, and we offer a different experience as far as really focusing on the medical aspect of the medicine, helping to educate the patients about how to properly use the medicine and what effects could occur. And I think education is the biggest point to focus on, that if you really educate your community and educate the patients, the negative effects that we do see sometimes will not occur. We definitely receive a different type of demographic of patients. Most of our patients are 40 and above. And again, that's because we focus on the medical aspect and we take the time to really speak with them and educate them. So I think if you did visit our dispensary, you would see that about us, that we really take the time to work with our patients. So I would just urge you as well to please come by. We would love to give you a full tour, and you would be able to see what our patients see and why it is a good thing for your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andrew. So that is it. I'm going to keep the public hearing open while I hear responses from the Planning Commission. Do you have something to comment?
Oh, yes, Chair. So I just want to correct my earlier statement.
Yes.
The memo for Mr. Hardy really was addressed, for both items 5 and 6. The letter itself was not specific.
Yeah.
And so we can certainly try to summarize that letter for you, but I believe it's fairly self-explanatory from the authors.
And while I agree, he specifically requested that this be read into record. I'm pretty comfortable reading it unless there's...
No, I think that would be appropriate. I just got to see it, and I think there definitely is overlap, and it should be read in.
Great, thank you for that. So keeping the public hearing open, I'll read this. I would like to read or have the following read into the public record at the July 20th, 2017 hearing. The governing bodies of West Sacramento have been working hard to improve our city and move it forward. I am proud to be a citizen of this city. I do see some problems with the marijuana initiative that was approved on the state ballot. I feel the people jumped to make it legal, but no one identified the problems which will follow. There is an infrastructure behind this whole movement that is troublesome. Local governments are dealing with those issues right now. Federal law still says marijuana is illegal. I am sure there are legitimate people involved, however, the criminal element is clear. I lived in Mexico City for 3 years, and people often died because of their involvement in this open business. I have many questions about the problems that may be created by making marijuana a business. In short, I believe there are big issues that are being overlooked. Does the net tax collected cover all the hidden costs of this business? The costs I'm referring to are permits, inspections, police responses, and future unexpected costs arising from these businesses. Any marijuana facility is a target for thieves, both for the grass and the money. Will customers be accosted and robbed of their purchases outside the business? Does the applicant intend to do residential deliveries of the marijuana? And will that activity bring crime to a neighborhood or the purchaser's house? What is our security plan for these facilities, including their security requirements? Who will impose these security requirements? As a nearby resident, I and my neighbors will be affected by your decisions. Fixing or repairing issues after a business is allowed without proper foresight and planning will be more difficult than doing it correctly the first time. I know the Planning Commission has been working hard to upgrade the image of West Sacramento. What does agenda items 2 and 3 do to projecting this new image? Has the Planning Commission looked into the results within our communities where marijuana has been legally introduced and allowed to be sold? Here are some websites you may want to look at, but please do not stop with only these sites. I think our city should research all the issues before we move forward to bring this business into our community. And there are actually 4 websites that are referenced. Signed, Ralph and Chris Lemire. So that's, again, the last comment that I have, and I won't be rereading that for item 6, for the item 6 public comment. So again, keeping the public comment period open, I'd like to turn over to my fellow commissioner, so Commissioner Lepore, if you have any comments or responses.
No more. Thanks.
Commissioner Castillo?
I don't have any comments at this time.
Mr. Sternfels?
Not at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Vu?
This is for the public or just in general?
For public comment, we will have a discussion after this.
Okay,
so-
I'll wait.
Okay.
I'll wait. Thanks.
All right, and I do have a comment in response to some of the public comment that has been made. So I have a pretty, I think, unique perspective in that I spent first 2 years of my career working at a substance abuse treatment facility. And anecdotally, the 2 biggest substances that were being abused by the folks that we saw there were alcohol and marijuana. But I balance that with the perspective that I have many friends and family who have directly benefited from medical marijuana use, and use that in place of or to supplement other forms of treatment. And so while I personally do see incredible value in having dispensaries, what I would recommend, and I've actually voiced this before, is that particularly because I think dispensaries are different than what we're considering today. What we're considering today is not direct retail. It's more wholesale, manufacturing, et cetera. I would be interested in having a more public discussion before we make that sort of decision. And I know that the cities of Sacramento and Davis have had really public discussions. And I'm not talking about like a public hearing at Planning Commission or City Council, but I am interested in opening that dialogue here in West Sacramento. At this point, I'm not interested in making modifications to staff recommendation in regard to dispensaries, but I think that it's an important conversation for us to have moving forward. So I'll actually go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it back over to my fellow commissioners to discuss really some of the nuts and bolts that are being recommended by staff, taking into account some of the comments and questions that were raised by Planning Commission commissioners before. So I'll close the public hearing. And I will turn it back over to Commissioner Lepore. Do you have any comments or discussion?
Yes, I would like to recommend that retail is considered, whether it's added in here or for further discussion with council, obviously with restrictions in terms of locations throughout the city, as we've done with manufacturing and other cannabis businesses.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Castillo.
I think I made this comment earlier, but the proximity as to where some of these, whether it's manufacturing businesses or distribution or cultivation are located, is something that we should consider.
Could you actually be a little more specific? Because, I mean, we're proposing this, if you would say like, you know, a
I mean, I think
600
it's-
radius
I don't-
by
I'm not
schools
the
and
most
parks?
creative person when it comes to figuring out whether
Let's
it's
throw something out
500
there.
feet, 200 feet, 100 feet, but there's a discussion, I think, among the commission in terms of proximity and what we actually take into consideration for that. It's something that I'm happy to, have that conversation. I know Ms. Hamilton had some suggestions in terms of some of the things we should consider. For example, the barriers, on 50 are some of the things we can consider. 600 feet may not work, particularly because some of the proposals that are before us, particularly the one today, is, that would be affected by that. So we could be creative in terms of how we do that. I'm just not sure how we begin that conversation, given the many variables that we may need to consider for that, so.
All right, well, thank you. Vice Chair Stonefalls.
Yes, just a few quick comments. One, but at the beginning of the hearing, both the Commissioner Liebing and I brought up several suggestions. I have not heard any negative feedback to those at this point in time, so my assumption from my fellow commissioners is that folks are okay with taking, when we're ready to move this item, taking some very specific actions on those, and we should probably take a moment to work those out before we're ready to do that. I do have a clarifying question for the chair. One of your final comments was talking about the zones in which you were comfortable with. And for this
ML1 and 2.
So for this item, we're specifically looking at zones for lab testing, and that included the BP and a couple others. So are you saying you weren't comfortable with those zones? So for the lab testing, it includes BP, ML, M1, M2, and M3. So are you saying you aren't comfortable with that, or?
I'm going to refer to this chart. I know it's counteractive to what I was saying earlier, but I was saying that modifications so that distribution and transportation could also happen in ML, and that indoor cultivation could also be allowable under ML and M1.
I don't know if I agree with that, but.
That's what the discussion's about, isn't it?
So I think from my perspective, this is going to be very hard for me to say, but we have taken, for better or worse, a somewhat project-by-project approach to making any changes to existing uses, and so, or adding any additional zoning areas. And so we made a very specific decision to only allow it for, was it the ML zone when we did the first distribution project? And as much as I would love a holistic approach to clarifying this across the board, I don't think that that's before us tonight. And absent that, in an effort to not make this way too complicated, I think my preference would be to leave what we've done as is, and in the event we have another distribution project before us, which I think we will soon, we would have an opportunity to more further address the distribution as well as the topic of indoor cultivation, which isn't before us on the commercial side tonight. So I'm just throwing my feedback out there. And then in terms of the barrier piece that Commissioner Castillo and I have been hinting at but not providing any real solutions for, my suggestion would be that we adopt a similar 600-foot rule specifically for parks and residential areas, but caveat that with the opportunity for council to kind of basically overrule that, if that would make some, if we can write that in a way that would make some sense.
I have some concerns with that, only because if you take our limited areas and you put a 600-foot buffer around that, you really start chopping off our available land uses. And I think how I'm looking at it is by land use. I'm looking at it as a land use management. So if we have a distribution center, there really shouldn't be anything different between distributing soda and distributing cannabis. I think our protective measures need to be, like you say, what we determine to be the significant potential impacts. Generally, that's security and odor. So if we can control those, then I'm not sure what the difference is between distributing soda versus cannabis. Similar to lab testing, it's a lab testing facility, so where do we allow labs and why? Is there a danger for having them closer to residential? Is it a stigma? They're unsigned.
So for me, and certainly we could entertain the chief's thought, the fire chief's thoughts on this too. On the manufacturing side, we are later tonight considering an item that would allow for manufacturing with volatile chemicals. And there's some jurisdictions that have completely not allowed that to take place at all, including our colleagues across the river. And so if we are going to consider certain manufacturing uses that include hazardous chemicals and things like that, I think adding a little bit more to this thought about proximity to residential areas or places where kids are playing. I mean, there are some products that are made that are very similar to other drugs that are made in certain ways that are very dangerous if not done correctly. And obviously, we would expect anyone that came before us to be able to do that correctly, but in the case that something goes wrong, it could be problematic.
And I think the zoning, for example, if there's combustibles, for example, and things could go wrong, you wouldn't put it in mixed use. You certainly wouldn't put it in business park, most likely, because then you could also.
No, but I think
get really
specific
close
to
schools.
the ML zones and the M1, M2, M3, we have a couple neighborhoods stuck right in the middle of them, and they're neighborhoods that I think often get overlooked, and so, and they're also neighborhoods where I don't think very often we would have residents come out to complain or even know that some of these things were going on in their neighborhood. And so for me, it's thinking about the folks who may not be paying it, you may not have the ability to pay attention to what's going on with this and may have something to say, and trying to address it in a way that's thoughtful but not overly restrictive. And so that was kind of where I looked at the model of what the state law has done with schools, because clearly the state has decided a policy decision that a manufacturing facility, distribution facility shouldn't be within 600 feet of a school. And I can't tell you what the justification was for that, but I can also say with some confidence that if we were going to put a manufacturing plant or a lab next to a neighborhood in Southport, we would probably get a very strong crowd of folks, in opposition. And that's just my guess. And, I could be completely wrong on that, but there's some parts on the older part of town that have very old neighborhoods that are just in locations that are really not ideal to the way the community's grown around it. And I want to be protective of them. So it's a personal preference, really. And again, I'm not stuck on it, but I do want to be very honest and sincere about my desire to look out for those parts of town and those particularly those neighborhoods that have already had industrial grow up around them. So they're already not, in my opinion, a desirable spot to have a neighborhood, but then to put some uses around them that we're going to have very heavily regulated, and the state's very heavily regulated.
So Chair Austin, if I may, I just want to make sure that we keep the discussion, especially with respect to distance, around the lab and testing, which is the item that's really before you, specific to a commercial use tonight with these amendments. And then also, I wanted to also bring into the discussion the fact that the commercial uses, we are requiring a use permit. And so the use permit, by its nature, has findings. Where you would make findings based on necessity and/or would it change, the character of the area? So there are, with each project, you could make a project-by-project decision on whether you think it could be too close to a residential neighborhood and/or, maybe there's too many in that particular area. And so you have some concerns about overconcentration. So the use permit provides that vehicle for you to make those kind of decisions without having necessarily hard, fast radiuses. And also, by having some of the real hard radiuses or other geographic restrictions, there can be some indirect consequences of then resulting in an overconcentration. So I just wanted to put that out there for your discussion. What you're having is very good. It started to seem like it was going a little bit towards the manufacturing, which is coming up after this item.
Thank you.
So if I may, I largely agree with Charlene. Ms. Hamilton, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm being too informal. The one challenge I have with the argument is that the city is currently requiring applicants to have property in hand. So either own the property, have a lease agreement in hand before the application is accepted and is coming to us. So as a matter of city policy, is that correct?
Well, we've asked that they have a specific location identified. They don't have to necessarily own the property before they come with an application, but the city manager's direction is that they need to have the property owner's consent before they come to us, and we go through extensive negotiations.
But not a binding agreement, because that's, I think, the key thing that you're talking about.
Some have chosen to go ahead and get binding agreements as a part.
But the city's not requiring that in
No.
entertaining and.
We want to know that we're dealing with a solid proposal at the beginning. Right after the election, or actually leading up to the election, we were getting inquiries, and they didn't have a location specific. And based on the direction we've had from City Council, they really wanted to look at these types of commercial land uses from a site-specific standpoint.
But to go a little further than that, I think this is true of any land use entitlement. We require either that you own the property or you have the consent of the owner. So this requirement isn't any different than any other conditional use permit.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm comfortable, the way Ms. Hamilton described it in terms of case by case, and the fact that each would have a conditional use permit with several findings in terms of that we would consider. I'm comfortable with not necessarily having some kind of radius. I was aware of the conditional use permit, but I wasn't aware in terms of, I didn't quite understand the key findings that you can actually identify as part of a conditional use permit, which means that it'll leave it up to the discretion of the commission to be able to identify whether a particular proposal is close to a neighborhood or to schools. So I'm good with not necessarily having a specific radius identified in a plan, so.
Thank you for that. I don't want to cut you off, but I want to give Commissioner Vu and then Liebig an opportunity to weigh in.
Yeah, just a couple comments, and maybe a question will pop out of it as I ramble on. But I generally agree with having some type of radius, whether it's something that we set out in statute or something that is negotiated or discussed as part of the permitting process. Is there any insight on what makes 600 feet that magic number that is adopted in state law and I guess in other jurisdictions? And my understanding is that cash advanced cash advancing companies, there's also a radius there that can be within a certain number of hundred of feet of a school or something like that. So I'm just wondering, I don't know that number, but how do policymakers come to that conclusion? I think that might be worth looking into, as we further discuss, whether in this hearing, but probably in future ones, any type of radius.
Yeah, I'm not sure that any of us have an idea as to where those distances came from. They may be distances that exist for other activities.
Yeah.
The
Similar to
people who
alcohol.
write laws often borrow from something that exists before, so they can point to it and say, this is just like that.
Right. Yeah, it's similar to alcohol. If you're, at least for restaurants and retail, you can't do off-sale within 500 feet if you're by a park or a school.
Yeah, of course, the wrinkle here is that the uses that we're proposing specifically would not allow any kind of on sale or off sale for that matter.
I'm curious for staff, is it possible to kind of flip the discussion a little bit? So instead of saying that, we won't impose an ordinance a strict radius, but then rather have it discussed in, as part of the permitting process, flip it a bit, have a set radius in ordinance, but still allow for some flexibility in permitting process discussions.
I suppose we could look at that. Mr. Mitchell, did your language kind of address that, or no?
Well, I'm not sure if what you're saying is have a radius but allow deviation from the radius.
Yeah. So instead of like 600 feet, but 600, let's tossing this out as an example, 600 feet in ordinance, but in permitting process discussions for a site, it looks like, 450 feet might be more appropriate.
Right. Yes, we could probably write some language that would do that. You could also write language that would be maybe a little more in the nature of aspirational, such as in considering a conditional use permit, the Planning Commission will consider proximity to sensitive uses such as da-da-da. So something that would articulate or put into the code a desire to pay particular attention to those issues when you're considering conditional uses.
Okay. And last point, is just a comment. I wholly endorse the chair's point about taking a closer look and closer discussion about retailing, retail storefronts in West Sac. I totally agree that with some of the comments made during the public comment that rather not see those tax monies leave West Sacramento. I'd like to see that stay in the city. I think maybe something that is worth considering then is, if there is concern from public safety standpoint, perhaps limit the number of retailers in the city at first, and then maybe look at that number, review that number annually or biannually, or maybe perhaps focus more on the medical side of it first rather than for recreational. But, I guess that's not part of the discussion for this topic right now, tonight. But definitely it's worth taking a look at in a separate meeting, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Liebig.
Thank you. And just for clarification, I think a lot of topics that are coming up are part of the discussion tonight. I mean, I know we're also talking about a sidetrack for manufacturing. But for example, storefronts, this is a time that we can be talking about that. And I bring that up because over 62% of our city approved this. And so there is a desire of our citizens to be able to partake in cannabis. So I'm thinking of it that way. And we're also, as a group, warming up to this idea. We've come a long way from the medical cannabis and a very strict policy, which then was just blanket moratorium after that. But that actually gets to Commissioner Vu's point, where we actually limited the number of storefronts in that original policy document. And that's actually what got scrutinized. On other points, I completely agree with Commissioner Sternfeld's changes regarding the ventilation, across the board. Absolutely. 18 years or older, beyond the office lobby, totally agree with that. So whatever language we can potentially craft to make a recommendation to council. I think I mostly saw nodding heads on that one. I'm obviously not in favor of the buffer. I think it actually creates some complications, whereas the individual CUP analysis allows us a little bit more flexibility. On the flip side, in my, I don't know how many ever years I've been on this commission, that discussion has flipped the other way as well, as we've actually had to consider schools, going too close to the industrial. And then what does that do to our industrial use, where we have these zones, and if you overly restrict your one of your zones, if you put a school too close to that actually limits what you can do in the zone that you have intended for those types of uses. So it gets complicated. So I do appreciate our ability to take this on case by case. And on my first point, which is, I'm still struggling with how can we get retail into the city in a way that isn't seen as unfavorable. I think, again, our town is still warming up to this. And one of the options that I've heard is the delivery-only option. But rather than trying to force it, because we're moving really quickly here, just as we're entertaining the indoor cultivation and manufacturing, I think we can entertain a retail option, even if it's delivery only or otherwise, maybe through the individual application process, as long as we don't eliminate that possibility here. I want to make sure we're not eliminating that possibility.
If you took action, well, you wouldn't be eliminating the possibility ever. I mean, one could go back and revisit this at some point in the future. But if you recommended tonight the municipal code amendments that are before you, as presented by staff, then you would be prohibiting a non-storefront delivery-only retail.
Okay, I don't want to do that.
Okay.
So,
So then the commission then should have a discussion on what you would propose to recommend to the city council as
Okay.
far as what zones you would see that being allowed in, and would you also recommend that it have similar entitlement requirements, such as a conditional use permit and a development agreement, as what has been before you in the past and has been directed by city staff? And Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, I do want to inject one note of caution. When this discussion occurred several years ago, there was a lot of time and energy spent on considering the various conditions that would go with any retail operation. And to try to write something this evening, I would not recommend we try to do that. I think the more prudent course, and that's, of course, the lawyer, so we take the conservative view, would be to move ahead with the recommendation and have staff report to the council that there was interest on the part of the commission in revisiting at least a delivery-only model for retail operations within the city, and a request to the council that they direct staff to review this and bring it back in a timely manner or something.
I think if I had my preference, I probably would have continued this or made it a workshop, but I also am under the impression that we are up
Well, we
against
have a
bit of clock.
moratorium that is set to expire, which could be extended by the council, so it's not, I don't want to be dire in my.
Okay.
That would be staff's recommendation as well, is to put forth your interest. And then that also would allow us to circle back with police, because on that particular inquiry, we haven't had as much conversation.
Okay, so I would put it forth then maybe, because I'm hearing nods, put it forth as an interest, at least of mine, and if others want to echo that, that's fine, that we consider retail at, and one that I'm comfortable with is a delivery-only option. As we're getting through this slowly, there are some text that would need to be adjusted. For example, under cannabis deliveries allowed, there's text that says if the delivery originates outside of the city, we would have to strike words like that. My recommendation for something like that would be ML or M1 for the actual business location. And the other conditions would be very similar to, say, the manufacturing or the distribution, because it would be essentially an unsigned distribution facility, and I would probably treat it roughly the same way.
But that's just, you're kind of giving us your initial thoughts on it. This is something that we would come back if the council said, yes, let's go ahead and entertain that. We would have to come back to you. Because with my experience with the retail discussion that went on back in 2009 and 10, we spent almost 18 months on it. And a lot of staff time, a lot of city attorney time. And retail is different than the wholesale businesses, so I would like a little bit more time to have some thoughts, but definitely some preliminary guidance on where you might want to go with this would be helpful for us to then analyze and bring that forth.
With the delivery-only option, I'm not sure I would pursue a limit to the number of businesses. I think I would actually allow economics to drive that, which would most likely, I believe, limit the number. But that's just an opinion. I'm getting
Kind of a
some
free market guy.
Yeah, some funny smiles down there. So these are thoughts. This is new, so.
Great, thank you. I'll provide comments, but we can continue discussion after that. So I agree. I do think that retail is very different than the cultivation and kind of manufacturing / distribution that we're discussing, and I think that it needs to be given a lot of thought. My preference would be to make a recommendation to City Council to kind of give their blessing, I would guess, to staff time to do similar things. So for example, I think I remember when we were going through that zoning ordinance change that we have stakeholder kind of outreach by way of the Chamber of Commerce, and I think that we should do a similar thing over a period of months, frankly, to look at, what the public kind of consensus is, concerns, et cetera, on retail. So that being said, I'm just going to focus on what's before us. And again, my preference is to be general and consistent, and to have our ordinance not be reactive, but be kind of a placeholder to use the conditional use permit process. Again, these will be publicly noticed, they will be public hearings, and that will give discretion to Planning Commission and City Council, really, as they work forward on their development agreements, to be really clear on the conditions of approval on a case-by-case basis. A lot of this discussion has focused on the location and the land use aspect, but I do think that the competency and professionalism of the operator is also very important, and I do want us to weigh that in on a case-by-case basis. Like, who is this? Have we vetted them properly? We may be approving and not approving, not based on land use, but really how qualified these people are. I mean, you look at, liquor stores are very different, and restaurants are very different, and I see, the cannabis industry being similar in the levels of sophistication. So I echo some of my fellow commissioners' comments around the buffer. My strong preference is to not include a buffer. I think that's way too specific, and it will have, I totally see unintended consequences happening as a result of that. I am comfortable with aspirational language, but I do think that we're not talking about retail. These are going to be places that don't have signage, that have very strong conditions of approval, that reference public safety, both from a criminal aspect as well as, the kind of manufacturing standards of, are these safe and well-run? So, we should not be having operators in our city who are not sophisticated and not doing their homework, and the conditions of approval are going to reference that. So that being said, the aspirational language that I would be comfortable with would not even be proximity to parks and schools, but rather references to, again, changing the quality of the neighborhood and more general pieces like that, which as applicants come forward, they are going to be consulting with staff, and staff can say, like, no, we're familiar with that property. There may be some undesirable aspect that we want to be cognizant of. And then I will throw out there, because I'm not sure that I necessarily heard feedback, the recommendation to have ML, M1, and M2 be included in, oh, God, I'm terrible at this, in the distribution/transportation, manufacturing, and indoor commercial cultivation, and then it will be up to us on a case-by-case basis to determine whether that's appropriate. And the reason I bring that up is because we're looking at land use, but I don't know what the availability of the appropriate commercial space will be. So I don't want to, back people who are interested into a corner because they can't find an appropriate property that's the right size or the right outfitting that is within that specific land use designation. So I believe that those are all of my comments, and I'll open it up for further discussion.
Well, I guess I'll say some things. So I'm confused with your request still, because I know we have some definition changes to wholesale cannabis and the others, but there wasn't any proposed land use changes. And so, we've talked about whether or not this is part of the item or not, but there is some definition changes to that section. So I'm wondering if city staff can direct us on whether or not we can do that.
Yeah, it's just, on those other items, it's just the definition changes to the existing code to remove the language of medical and to point to the current, the appropriate state code sections. So the only area that we're talking about conditional and development agreement uses are for cannabis laboratory materials and testing.
Okay.
And so the other ones, I think that's the part, is just, we're only doing definition changes, and it's merely just to recognize the latest state codes.
So if someone were interested in, let's give an example, just because I want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. If someone were interested in indoor cultivation in the ML area, that would not be categorically not
Under the
acceptable.
current zoning regulations and Title V, it would be prohibited at this time.
And under the revised,
It would still be prohibited.
Okay.
But an applicant can bring forward a process just like the one we're about to see, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And ask for the code to be amended to allow in certain zones.
I think that's what I was getting at for my,
Yeah.
opinion for the retail, is there still a good avenue? It's not like we're cutting it off completely.
Yeah, there's still the avenue. It's
Okay.
just, the direction we've received from council is they're approaching it cautiously.
So not to be dense, but is part of that because if we're requesting a zoning change, that the applicant would need to pay to have that changed as well as for consideration for a conditional use permit?
The budget and the staff resources are a part of that consideration, but more specifically, it's again about caution, approaching it cautiously. And, so far they've said they would be open to entertaining proposals in the M zones, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to go outright and amend the code to allow it in all M zones. It could be, as you work through case by case, that you may decide that we have enough of certain uses in the ML, M1, and M2, and maybe you're not willing to entertain any further in the M3. So, yeah.
Well, I still stand by my opinion, but I do think that I don't feel strongly enough, and I do recognize that we will be setting aside, that the applicant will be responsible for the budget that's required to work on the zoning ordinances on a case-by-case basis, or zoning amendments.
Yes, at this time, yes. Yeah, while you think that we're being a little bit reactive, we are. For us, with the election and then with all the various changes at the state level, it has come somewhat fast for us, especially given the latest changes, which were fairly significant, came out on June 27th. So it's been less than a month, and here we are before you. So we've been scrambling.
Right.
So maybe just to close the door on some of the key other thing we talked about, well, one of the key others too. On a radius, I'm totally fine. I mean, it sounds like the majority of folks here don't feel like that's a good approach. I'm fine with that. I would really like to see some aspirational language, and while I realize that's largely useless in a municipal code, I'm really wanting to think about the long term of this decision-making body and giving kind of some precedent to look back to say, when the commission made this policy, there are some parts of the community they were concerned about oversaturation around. And because of that, they put this language here. And so if we can come to terms on what, and honestly, I'm pretty open to what that is at this point, but if we can get there as a group, that would be great. And honestly, this package has my support with that. Probably without it too, but it'd really make me happy if we can get there. And then I do want to just make one more other comment in terms of the retail piece. I know the rest of my commissioners are there, but I'm definitely not. So if we're going to make a recommendation to council on status, to echo our counselor's comments earlier, the council has made a very bright line on the retail piece, and if they want to give us different direction on that, then by all means, let's take a look at it. But I'm not in a place where I want to be recommending to them after they've gone through this process to say, oh, we actually think you should. And I view us as a policy setting body once the direction is put in place, and I don't want to be necessarily offering direction to council on what we think they should be doing on this one. I'd rather them tell us. So that's just my preference. If an applicant comes forward and it moves forward and council blesses it moving forward, I'm all for taking a look at it, but I certainly don't want to recommend directly to them that they should be doing that at this point. And I totally understand if everyone disagrees. That's all.
So what I have that seems to be consensus is the ventilation modification, prohibited access. We've thrown out a couple of ages, but I'm going to throw out 21 years of age, prohibitive access for 21 years of age outside of kind of an administrative office. And those, and then aspirational language, which I think we should start creeping closer towards. Aspirational language around intent, and maybe we're looking at, not negative consequences on residents, and I mean, I don't know if that's tiptoeing close to there, but those are the three that there appear to be consensus on. I'd like folks to weigh in or to remind me that, no, actually, we also talked about something else that I didn't include.
So I have some suggested language
Great,
which we
thank you.
could consider if you'd like. And at the moment, this may not be the most elegant way to do it, but we have the sections that are sort of the additional conditions. So we have the matrix that says certain activities are conditionally permitted with an asterisk that says see section 17.
4201K.
4201K, and there will be, as additional type of cannabis activities are allowed, they will all be in that same similar area. So we could, where we currently talk about a safety plan and whatever else is in there, could add something that says, in considering a proposal, the planning commission shall give particular consideration to and then whatever you want it to be, proximity of the proposed activity to sensitive uses, or impact on existing neighborhood characteristics, both of those.
For me personally, I'm interested in neighborhood characteristics, but also very specifically, like residents, something
So
that
we
we've
could-
talked about,
so-
where like overconcentration, or, for example, although we have kind of the M designations in Southport, that PD overlay at this point prevents that, and, Southport, Southport, those neighborhoods, Bridgeway Lakes and Bridgeway Islands, are not, they're a very different demographic than the communities on, West Capitol, west of Harbor, so those are just, I just want to be kind of cognizant of that equity component.
Okay.
And simply residence is fine, a negative impact on neighborhood characteristics and the residents there.
Okay, so we could try, shall give particular consideration to proximity of the proposed activity to sensitive uses such as residential areas, impact on existing neighborhood characteristics, and the concentration of cannabis uses in the area.
I'd be good with that.
Likewise.
Nodding over here. And also giving you some leeway to clean up that language, so.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay.
All right, so I will open up to further discussion. I'll also entertain a motion. No, everyone's concerned.
So just one thing to point out is on some of these, on our next item, we'll need to revisit because we have a separate
Correct.
zoning piece that we'll need to do there. Can I just clarify for everyone that the items we're recommending making changes to are the adding the ventilation requirements that are currently in the indoor grow to lab testing? And then can you maybe weigh in on why the change from 18 to 21?
Yeah, can I ask what the legal age is to purchase?
That's why I made it 21. Well, go ahead, council. State legislation, I believe, references the age of 21 in something, but I'm not entirely sure what.
Is the question whether or not that's the legal age to purchase? I might look to the audience, they may have a better handle.
The audience may know better.
I think that is correct, I think 21.
So my only thought would be if we're going to change it to 21,
That's for recreational. To purchase for adult use. Medicinal, I don't think there is a restriction on age.
so for the indoor grow for residential, it makes sense to keep that at 18.
Honestly,
That's what was, that's what was in our current, that's what's in our current code.
Yeah, I'm not entirely comfortable with putting age limitations in this. We can certainly look at it and give us the leeway to, between now and the time it goes to council to decide. We're grafting a limitation on the ability to purchase onto code sections that at the moment are aimed predominantly at a business that manufactures or cultivates.
But I think for me, it's not just the ability to purchase, it's having access
That's
to.
my point, too.
Yeah.
To the product's availability, which depending on the layout of the facility, even in secure access, you may have deliveries coming to the office that need to be separated out or something. And I'm fine with us keeping it just outside the office space, but I think we need to have a designated age there. And I went off 18 because that's what we have in the staff recommendation for home. So maybe we can make it.
I'm comfortable with 18 as well. I know that the legislation's looking more like 21 and,
Well, we can forward it on to the council with that. If between now and the time it goes to the council, we have an epiphany that tells us that we shouldn't or can't do that, we may need to tell the council that we've had some further discussion about that and we have some concern with it.
So do we want to recommend forwarding it as 18?
I'd go with staff recommendation with what's in the 18, I'm comfortable with 18.
So I'm typically for keeping things consistent. So if we want to stay with 18, it would be good to have it 18 in both, and all the areas, but, do recognize that 21 is also an age that's .2 in the legislation, so if you wanted to change both of the areas to 21, that would be fine. From a staff perspective.
I'm giving the example that I'm pretty sure that if you're delivering alcohol, you're not consuming it, but if you're delivering alcohol, I believe you have to be 21 or over. I don't think that, no?
A server doesn't have to be 21.
Pouring, you have to be 21.
Yeah, it's not.
I like how Andrea immediately no.
I recognize what you're saying. I think you have to be over 21 to work in a alcohol, in a bar. I don't think you can be 18 and work in a bar.
Well, yeah.
So,
Anyway, I don't want to split hairs. We've been here all night, so.
Well, I just brought up the fact, what is it for a gun shop? I mean, I just. some of the
She
stuff
just
gets-
threw that in there.
No, I mean.
No,
some of the-
you're absolutely right, yeah.
Some of the stuff just becomes, a little
Right.
critical, so.
I'll recommend 18, but if staff report could reflect that, there was some discussion about the age, that would be helpful.
So we have consensus on making a recommendation with the ventilation requirement, the under 18 applying to lab testing, the aspirational language being added as suggested by the good counselor. Is there anything else that we're recommending?
That's what I see.
So moved. No, I'll be a little more specific, if that'd be helpful. So I'd like to move staff recommendation with the following changes. First would being taking the components of number 3 in the indoor grow performance criteria regarding ventilation and applying them to lab testing. The second recommendation would be taking the indoor grow performance requirement number 7 regarding under 18 access and adding that to the lab testing, but specifying that it's only for secured areas of the facility. And then further the third amendment would be adopting the aspirational language as developed by the good counselor.
So we have a complicated and thorough motion moved by Mr. Sternfels. Before I entertain a second, I want to see if staff has any concerns or clarifications.
No, we're fine.
Thank you very much.
I'll second.
Second from Commissioner Liebig. We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote here. All those in favor, so Kate, are you going to read us off?
Yep.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lepore,
Yes. Aye.
Commissioner Castillo,
aye.
Commissioner Sternfels,
Aye.
Commissioner Liebig,
Aye.
Commissioner Vu,
Aye.
and Commissioner Austin.
Aye.
Thank you.
It passes unanimously. No need, there's no applicant, so there's no need to read into the,
That was a vote for a recommendation only.
okay. Is there not a resolution? We pass a resolution, though. There's no appeal for resolutions on an ordinance.
Your resolution memorializes your recommendation to the council. This is going off to council regardless.
Okay, great, thank you.
So we will be including the language and your actions in that resolution. So there'll be a little cleanup, and then it'll be made available for you, Chair Austin, for signature. And then the city council meeting will be publicly noticed. So I anticipate that it will make it to city council next month.
Thank you for that. So, fellow commissioners, is there an interest in a 5-minute recess, or do people feel like they can hang through item 6? Okay, here we go. So, item 6, let me get my handy-dandy notes here. Item 6 is a public hearing regarding resolutions 17-8 PC and 17-9 PC, recommending approval of amendments to Title 17 zoning of the municipal code, a development agreement, and a conditional use permit at 3911 West Capitol Avenue. Mr. Hardy.
Good evening, Commission, again. Project before you is consideration of 2 resolutions, as you explained, that are establishing the amendment to the zoning ordinance to recommending to council to establish a definition for cannabis manufacturing of concentration and extraction process facility. Would establish a requirement for development agreement, which you have in the packet as the draft of that, and establish cannabis manufacturing concentration extractions for use permit process in the ML zone. So as we discussed this project at a workshop and on June 1st, the above image on the screen shows the 3911 West Cap project site. And per that meeting, one of the criteria that the commission seemed to be concerned with was security. So following that meeting, the police department and the fire department and myself met out on site with the applicant to go through the building, go through the processes, try to figure things out. And some of the things we looked at were delivery locations had to be modified a little bit. The interior partitioning of the from the manufacturing extraction portion of the business versus the office in the front, and security of the perimeter, such as sally gates and double redundant mechanisms for security, because both one wants to get in, the other one needs to get out, so they have to work in tandem together. So the other concern was the material that was, once it was extracted, what goes on with it. We discussed that with the applicant, and doing a visit of the site, there wasn't any trash receptacle on site, so there is a condition of approval that needs to require the project to conform to our trash receptacle requirements. But the condition one step further is any of the plant material or extracted material would need to be handled by a special hauler or some other means than just outside in a trash receptacle. So we tried to include some of the elements that the workshop provided for staff. Based upon the meeting, we sort of understood their process a little bit better, of what they're doing, what the elements were. Both Brian Johnson, the chief, is here today on his behalf, and Lieutenant Steele were on site, went through everything. We were at least there for an hour and a half, piece by piece. So the safety element, subsequently, the applicant, virtually a day or two after that meeting, which I believe happened on the 13th, on Monday, submitted a safety program, to which I forwarded to police and fire to subsequently review, and we'll continue that dialogue as the condition requires their approval prior to any issuance of permits. From that meeting, they seemed fairly safe with the direction and the safety plan. They're both here tonight. If you have any questions specifically on the operations, I know one of the concerns was, the chemical nature and the volatiles, and the fire chief can speak on those issues later. I understood somebody had a concern on those. Their project is, has evolved from where it was originally to the processes now. I think they're understanding it better. We have a better comfort than even at the workshop by going out there. Proved to be very enlightening for us, I think, as well as their understanding our concerns that we tried to relay from the meeting. After that particular on-site meeting, we went to the other facility you heard on the 15th, the same day. So it was sort of a redundant conversation, albeit at just a different building, a little different process, but some of the same ideas that came out. So we understood those as a concern. We did actually talk on site about emittance of any smells that would give away what the business is, because we want to keep these sort of incognito, no signage, no vehicles with any signage on them, no identification, sort of operate as and you don't know what it is. And so both applicants and was of support of that, and there'd be a process that would have to work through that. So with that, the ordinances and the resolutions are asking the commission to recommend to the council. The use permit would be conditionally approved, subject to those ordinance at council being adopted through that process. That concludes my report. If there's anything I can answer for you, please let me know.
Can I request that Commissioner hold their questions till the applicant has had a chance to do their presentation? Would that be amenable to that? Okay. So this is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing now. The requests to speak I have are exclusively from the applicant, so I will actually allow the applicant some time to speak. Afterwards, afterwards I'll reference the one additional letter that was submitted as a form of public comment, and then we can turn it over to commission to ask questions either of the applicant or of staff. So if you would like a representative to come up, you don't all have to speak, you can if you would like.
Good evening. Thank you on behalf of everyone on our team for having us here again. And
Could you actually introduce yourself?
Oh, yes, and my name is Erica Graves. I am the owner of this company, and we're thankful for the time that you guys have allowed us to be here. So I'll just kind of elaborate a little bit on what we've done since the last time we were here, and then just leave it open to you guys if you have any questions. I will try and answer them as best I can, but we have some representatives from our team, and if they're really the operators of this, and so they'll have a better understanding if there's something that I can't answer. So with I guess first I will address the ventilation and filtration issue. We plan to build this facility out specifically where the extractions and the lab is being conducted in a Class 1, Division 1, and Class 1, Division 2 rooms. And those rooms, the code just requires certain ventilation issues to prevent buildup of flammable material, really occupational safety as well if something was to go wrong, that other businesses and outside other people wouldn't be affected, or it would be minimized as much as we can. So those kind of issues will definitely be within the code. I believe it's the NFPA code, the guidelines, and as well as building code, the ordinance, all of that. So and as well as the concerns about age and people on site, we will have the entire perimeter sealed with wrought iron fencing, and it was our understanding from the staff meeting that certainly no barbed wire on the top. That was made clear, and with the wrought iron that was pointing out. So we have contacted a fencing company, and we actually intend to do that first, even when we build out, because we want to make sure that the site is secure even in the build-out phase. So that's absolutely one of the first steps that we're going to take, as well as armed security in all entry. So no one can come. There's no drop-in. There's no one's coming to the facility that we don't know, that won't be checked out by security, as well as what we gleaned from from police is a double door system, so double gates. So you enter into one gate, that gate closes, security clearance, you're confirmed, and then the interior gate is opened and they come in. Same thing with any entry points into the facility as well, not just fencing, but into the facility as well. That same double door concept, as well as any windows that are unnecessary that we don't need will be walled off or sealed. We had some exterior doors that may not be necessary either, so all of that will be to code, and any unnecessary doors will be sealed off. And then, kind of like what Mr. Hardy was saying, is fire wants people to be able to get out, but police don't want people to get in. So within that double door system, the buildings, we have crash bars, so that if there is an emergency, people can get out and it's still secure from the outside. So that was a lot of the stuff that we talked about on site, and so we fully intend on implementing that into the process. We also will have a security command room that will be able to see the entire building inside and out from 360-degree views. And all of that will be able to be accessible by police and fire via remote access. And so those security measures will also be in place. Another thing that our company is doing that is not necessarily required in any kind of laws or state laws or legislation is we have implemented focus standards. And last time we were here at the workshop, the owner of that company was here. And those standards, they're actually in the process of being ISO certified. And so those standards ensure that all of our employees are trained before they start working, safety, and then as well as the aspects of their job. And that's also a third-party accreditation. So they will, just like an FDA lab, they will come and do random stops in our facility to accredit us and making sure that we're complying with all of our standard operating procedures, and that they're not just guidelines that sit up on a shelf, that we are actually implementing into our facility, specifically to ensure that we have consistency in the medicine that is produced, so that safety to the consumer and those kinds of things, as well as worker safety and site safety. And then the issue of the waste management, we've contacted a company, they're called GAIA-CA. They're the only licensed waste management facility in California. And what they do is they provide receptacles, secure-proof receptacles to your building, and any plant material or any kind of material hazardous material that cannot be put into a trash receptacle is placed in these bins. And once they learn the needs of your company, they simply come in, whether it's daily, weekly, monthly, eliminate the barrels, leave new barrels, and take them out. One thing I really like about this company is that they have a proprietary fermentation method, and so it's all taken and through fermentation, and it's actually the end result goes back into nutrient-rich soil. So they take this waste and turn it into useful soil and kind of a reusable energy. So we just like that concept in that company. So I think that's everything. I can go into more specifics, or I can just wait for your questions.
Yeah, if you want to wait for questions, we can see what has specifically come up. But I appreciate you addressing some of the questions that came up at the workshop as well as earlier this evening.
Thank you.
So thank you for that. I will reference that as part of the public comment, we have one comment that was submitted via email by Ralph and Chris Lemire. If you are interested if people are tuning in and they're interested in what those comments were, they can refer to item number 5. But that is it for public comment. I will leave the public comment period open, but I'd like to see if staff has any reactions or feedback before we turn it over to Commissioner question and comment.
I think you just want to, be clear that, especially regarding safety stuff, these are all concepts and hypotheticals of how it could be done. We want to try not to, broadcast specifics about safety protocols and to the general public, because then they're really not effective anymore. But really, I want to make sure what's before you tonight is not dissimilar to the previous item, whereas it's involving creating one land use, this cannabis manufacturing and extraction facility, and then establishing that as a conditional use in the ML zone, and then the other requirements that are associated with it. So there are other projects pending that will get into some of the other cannabis-related businesses. But for tonight, we are talking about a manufacturing operation. I should note our fire chief here is gracious to hang out with us all night tonight. Did relay to us that our reason why he is partially why he is here is our actual fire marshal was out visiting a extraction facility elsewhere in California today, and he's reported back that it largely confirmed a lot of what we thought, that this is certainly something we can entertain. That current building and other life safety codes address this topic through, and this processes are used in other arenas just with different commodities. In that, we had some concern about manufacturing. It is definitely another level from the distribution facility that we approved, last year. But, contextually, we have roughly 800 businesses in town that are using some form of hazardous materials in our town that require, at least minimally annual inspections, by our fire department. And, many of these are using, materials and compounds that are not only potentially more dangerous than anything we're talking about here, but are also in much greater quantities. That we have in here. So we've learned a lot from our discussions with the fire department, and it helps us with some of the context as we've approached some of these manufacturing-related businesses that are proposed, of which we actually have, I think 3 of them are proposed, and this is the first one to make this stage. But we do think it's important that the commission consider these land use in the context of other existing land uses that we have in our community that hopefully help aid your discussion.
That is helpful, thank you. So I will start with Commissioner Lepore with questions and comments.
No questions, just kind of echo your last comments. Just appreciate the work that you've done since our last month, I guess, or so, specifically on the waste removal and on the safety, so thank you.
Commissioner Castillo?
No comment, just appreciate you guys being here again, providing the background in our packets. I think it shows the extent that you guys have gone from last month to this month in terms of addressing security and safety, which is something that many of us brought up at the last meeting when we were considering, when we were doing the workshop for this. So appreciate the background. Thanks.
Vice Chair Sternfels?
Yeah, I would actually like to ask Ms. Graves if she'd be kind enough to introduce her team, and also if you could, each of you, after you're introduced, give a word on your experience in this industry or a similar industry that, so, I ask this because the group of folks I see in front of us today is completely different, except for Ms. Graves and your colleague from Dewberry, than the group that we saw at the workshop. And so I want to get a good understanding of who's operating the facility, what their background and credentials are. And I think that would help the entire commission. Yes, please.
Yes, please, yeah.
So, yes, Mr. Brady here is also our architect, but Casey Brown is next in line, and he is specifically going to be dealing with gaining source material, so clean source material that is pesticide-free, so the material that we start with. And then as well, at the opposite end of that project, working with distributors and getting that product and the final medicine out there. Next to him is Zach Mullins, and he is our operations manager. His brother, who could not be here today, is also a part of the team. I'll let him probably explain a little bit more about that aspect of it, but he is kind of the guy that's going to be in there making sure that everybody's doing what they're doing, following the standard operating procedures, and just doing whatever it takes to get things done. Next to him is Garen, and I'll let him talk about everything that he's set up labs and done this kind of work for quite some time now, so I will let them discuss it, but they're also a part of our team. And Andrew, who you spoke with, or who spoke with last time, is also a part of the team. He's helping with the engineering and those standard operating procedures. He had a family emergency and could not be here today. So, and then as well as Leslie, as I spoke last time, who's the standards and that accreditation body we're still working with. So I will let them discuss their jobs in more detail.
And unless anyone feels differently, I would really just, you don't have to go into a whole bunch of detail about your job and what you're going to be doing.
Credentials, really.
Credentials would be very helpful, in understanding if you're an employee of the organization or a consultant, because I believe the last two folks you had were contracted consultants. So I'm interested in knowing who's actually going to be in the facility every day and what their background is to run the operation. So, thank you.
Evening, City Council. My name is Casey Brown. Currently, I run a successful fundraising company. I work with volunteer organizations within hospitals all over Northern California and the United States. I've been a Western Regional Manager for that company and helped develop the Western United States and our footprint out here. My company's been we do about $1 million a year in revenue, and I've donated about $1.4 million to volunteers within hospitals across Northern California. I also sit on the board for California Growers Association with Hezekiah Allen and the team over there, and I'm also the board director for Placer County Growers Association, and I sit on the Placer County Cannabis Work Group Committee, where we're actually helping form the ordinances that you guys are speaking of today. I've been personal cultivator for several years, and I'm part owner of Shale Peak Horticulture. We're based out of Yolo County here. We do biocontrols and IPM management for large cultivation sites such as Canacraft and many others in the state. We also own image analytics, and we do drone work with our biocontrols. So we're actually graphing farms and coming up with the square footage footprint for them to pay their proper taxes. We're running the analytics on overwatering, underwatering, nutrient uptakes, pest infestations, so on and so forth. A little background on me outside of my business experience is honorably discharged United States Coast Guard, did drug interdictions in the Caribbean for 4 years. Youth football coach, my son plays for Placer High. I coached youth football for 3 years up there. They're a very successful team, 29-1. And just I work with the Placer County Coalition for Drug-Free Youth, and attended the summit in Lake Tahoe this year. Learned a lot of very valuable information, and I look forward to working with the West Sacramento here and developing a premier extraction facility that a lot of people in the state can look up to and strive to be. So thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Zach Mullins. I've been a Placer County resident for about 6 years. I've been in the cannabis industry for 11 years in California. I am also on the board with Casey at the Placer County Growers Association, working with the county, trying to come up with fair and safe regulations. Bit of background, I've done everything from consulting to extractions to production to cultivation. I have a background in computer science, construction. I've kind of been all over the board. I think I can oversee a lot of the standard operating procedures to make sure that we are on track and doing things the way that the state would like to see us do it. Any further questions? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Garen Bagdasarian. So I have a background in information technology as well as chemistry. I've been running a successful cannabis extraction business for the past 7 years now. Started officially in 2009 here in California. Myself along with my wife started the business. It was a thing that came from the passion that we had to. We use cannabis as something that helped ourselves, wanted to kind of get into it and understand more about it. So we've been self-taught in a lot of areas, but also have had the opportunity to work with Dr. Kimron DeCesar, who is leading researcher in cannabis and terpenes and kind of all the active constituents and what medicinal effects are helpful for what conditions. He was chemistry department chair at UC Davis for about 20 years. So he's kind of my personal line for everything that I need in terms of extraction information. Safety is our utmost priority with everything we do here. Obviously we're using gases that can be flammable or explosive, but again, these are all things that are on the FDA's GRAS list, which is generally regarded as safe. They're non-toxic. You just need to, make sure standard operating procedures are in place so that everything is used, all the equipment is used in a safe manner. So, yeah. Thank you, guys.
Oh, Mr. Brady, we know who you are. You don't have to introduce yourself.
All right, Michael Brady with Dewberry Architects.
We're the architects for the project. We'll be handling the building and the laboratory design to meet codes and standards. Any questions?
Perfect, thank you.
I have no further questions at this time.
Great. Commissioner Vu and Commissioner Liebig.
To address some comments on the prior, agenda item number 5. I'm sorry, it's now 10 o'clock, so. For the land use matrix, I think I would consider potentially increasing those. Right now, it's just ML for conditional. This would be the time, I think, to discuss if we want to potentially include M1 and M2. I think I would stop there. And then Ms. Graves addressed ventilation, but I didn't actually hear anything about filtration, and then we'd probably want to include the same conditions about ventilation, filtration, and the age.
Very thorough, thank you.
That's it.
Are you sure?
I'm
Nothing else?
sure. Thank you so much for your application.
I have no comments as well. So with that, let's see if we can close the public hearing. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Turn it over to discussion, and at this point to discussion or a motion.
Madam Chair, could I ask one question, just to clarify?
Sure.
David and I assume that you want to add to 1742-010L the 3 additional conditions that you inserted in the last, for the laboratory. So that would be the ventilation and filtration, the
Right.
age requirement, and the language on planning commission considerations, specific considerations when they're looking at conditional use permits. The
I
aspiration.
am comfortable with that personally. I see some nodding, okay.
Any comments on the land use matrix?
I think we know where I stand.
The reason I'm bringing this up is because if you go to the previous agenda item, under manufacturing, we're currently entertaining requests for ML, M1, and M2. It seems sort of logical to me if we can have them in ML, we can have it in M1 and M2, but unless staff has any other.
Yeah, there is one other
Insight.
project. Actually, there are 2 other projects that are proposing manufacturing, one in the M1 and one in the M2. So you could, if you wanted to still consider those individually, you could. Or we could ask that you could recommend that the council expand this one to include those other zones. The other guys would still need use permits.
Right.
And then the Truth one, which is the one we workshopped for you last month, that's the one that would come with cultivation with it. So it would still need a municipal code change and in your consideration, as well as the use permit and DA.
If it is
Sorry, so if we don't take action on that now, can we address it individually as an individual application?
Yes.
And then I'm fine the way it stands.
Everyone's looking at me.
I'm counting nods.
So, I struggle with this not because I disagree with that, from a policy perspective, but because of how we've approached this. And we're approaching it in a way that appears to me to be very,
Ad hoc.
but I also think with some intention around caution. And so bringing before us and having applicants come before us who, for the first time in a new zone, and it's a first-time applicant who also, it's a higher bar. It's one thing to go and request, a CUP and a DA, but the third one to actually request the zoning change too kind of puts another level on it. And whether we think that's appropriate or not as a group is, one thing, but, one of the things that I've heard time and time again in this discussion is about the direction we've received from council on how to proceed with these applications and making these changes kind of as we go. And why I personally am not a huge fan of how we're doing that, and I've certainly expressed that a whole bunch of times, both in this setting and with staff and 100 other places probably. It's the direction we've taken, and so we know we have at least one other applicant coming before us who is going to be in the M1 zone. We have another applicant that's going to be the M2 zone. Taking him up then versus now is, I don't know how much of a difference it makes.
Yeah, both of those will have cultivation as part of their application as well, so they'll need, we'll need to discuss the cultivation changes also. So, but through this action, if you wanted to add the manufacturing to a couple of other zones, that would be workable, and we would carry that forward to the council. Regardless, those other two will still be coming before you with a similar suite of changes.
Just for discussion purposes, we do have an applicant here, but we are also reviewing the policy.
Exactly.
And we are reviewing that independently.
Yep.
And so at this point, I do believe I could make a decision on that. Now, if anybody wanted to expand it beyond what I'm comfortable with, I would definitely want another hearing, but.
And to echo that, I'm, one of the reasons that I would prefer that approach, I'm not married to it, but I would prefer that approach is that it sends a message, I think, to future applicants as well as from the Planning Commission to the City Council that we would like to have, to your point, we would like to have a kind of, deliberate, unified approach, and that, yes, the Planning Commission has deliberated that with this particular use, we are comfortable in these zones, and that at the future time, we can take up the cultivation, because that is very different. We did discuss that at the workshop.
To clarify, though, we'd be leaving out the BP zone and the M3 zone.
Correct.
And the only basis for doing that is that we don't have any applications before us who are requesting that at this time.
Actually, no, I wouldn't be necessarily comfortable with BP or M3.
Specifically not BP, but not good M3.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we've articulated that, because I don't know if we have prior to tonight, so.
Yeah, this is
that's my
a
ask.
lab.
If we're going further, I want to make sure we've kind of covered the gamut of all.
To put a lab into Business Park, I would need a lot more evidence that would be okay. But
Yeah, we have quite a bit of our city in the either ML, M1, or M2 zones. So at least at this time, if we're not comfortable expanding that to BP, we can start with this at least.
And with M3, that's the port area, so there's a little bit more federal overlay, and so that's one of the reasons I didn't want to dance in that arena yet.
Yeah, we don't have very much M3 land, but it does allow for manufacturing and warehousing, and it doesn't necessarily have to be maritime related. That's sort of what it was set up for, but it doesn't necessarily have to be.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with the strategy that we're taking because, policy typically is driven by applicants and the general public, and so I feel like it's a natural course that it's taking, and we shouldn't penalize an organization that's definitely put the time and effort and professional group together, that they're maybe ahead of the game, and so they're maybe a little early, but yet that also helps direct some of our decisions here. So that's my point. Anyway, I'm comfortable with the way we're conducting this, and yep.
So do you mean that each applicant will do an ordinance proposal rather than?
Yeah, and I think, like I said, it's also helping shape, how we make decisions on some of the policy, because, different situations are brought up, and we're able to, discuss it on a case-by-case basis, because it is going to be different per applicant and per location, so.
So if we are leaning towards just approving the what specifically this applicant, to making an ordinance change based on what the applicant is requesting. I would like to go on record that I would be comfortable in the ML, M1, and M2 zones. I have concerns about M3 because there is a Coast Guard sort of overlay with a port. There are federal restrictions that do apply, so different rules apply as far as enforcement goes. And I would like to echo my concerns that I would not be comfortable in a business park setting, because a business park setting attracts other things. As an example, you have, child uses, there's, whatever it is, I think like gymnastics and bounce spot, and so things like that, I don't think it's a consistent use, so.
Yeah, and with the other applications that are pending, you'll have an opportunity to look at the manufacturing in both the M1 and M2 zones in probably fairly short order.
I'll entertain further discussion or a motion.
The last motion I made, it took me 5 minutes to get through it.
All right.
Are we sure we're on with this?
I can't make a motion, so I suppose I could.
How convenient.
How convenient.
So I'll give this one a shot. So I'd like to move that we have determined that the Class 1, Class 3, Class 5, and Class 8 categorical exemptions are the appropriate level of environmental review. I'd like to further move that the commission approve Resolution 17-8PC, recommending approval of the proposed municipal code amendments as amended to include the following: additional language similar to what's currently in the indoor, we've proposed for the indoor grow, or not proposed for the indoor, proposed for the labs, thank you, regarding ventilation and odor control, as well as the under 18 or as determined future by council proper age limit, and the language developed by the counselor regarding kind of planning commission oversight and review of appropriateness. Further, like to move that we approve Resolution 17-9PC, recommending approval of the development agreement to the city council, and approve the recommend approval of the conditional use permit as is.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Vice Chair Sternfeld and a second from Commissioner Liebig. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. Any abstention? The motion carries unanimously.
Any interested party may appeal the decision of the Planning Commission in this matter to the City Council by filing a written appeal with the city clerk within 15 days of tonight's action, and the appeal must be accompanied by the appropriate filing fee.
Thank you very much. We are in the general administrative function informal discussion portion, and I would like for staff to agendize as appropriate and once they have information, the Bloomberg Mayor's Challenge details, perhaps as a workshop for Planning Commission to weigh in on.
All right, we will check with the city manager's office on the status of that. I heard it, I was aware of this in the past. I wasn't aware that it was back for this year until we heard from the mayor. I would like to inform the planning commission we will be meeting at least our next 2 or 3 meetings in a row, and I expect them to be fairly substantive discussions on a variety of topics. And so commissioners, be prepared for that. And if any commissioners already know they won't be able to make one of our next couple of meetings, please let us know as soon as you can.
Thank you. Any additional formal discussion?
Motion to adjourn.
All right, so moved.